Well, hello there, everyone. Hello, hello. How are we all doing tonight? I hope we're all well. Hi, Bear.
Hello.
How are you, my friend?
I am fine, dandy, sweet as candy.
That is the greatest way to say that I have ever heard. Kudos, my friend. So, everyone,
Thank you.
welcome back to Chattybee, the weekly show where I'll take one beautiful, humble guest and make them unmask, undress, and unwind. And today I'm joined by Burr.
Uh,
Welcome to the show, Burr.
Hello, so.
So it's opposite day today, so instead of me introducing you, how about you introduce yourself?
Oh shit. Uh, okay, sure. Yeah, hi. I am Bird or Bird's Cold Gaming. I am a variety streamer, speedrunner of Quest 64 and various randomizers, and a DM for a Kingdom Hearts TTRPG.
Which I can't wait to explore. I've watched, I've seen, I've been catching up a bit on YouTube, and that system. We will talk more about that system because
Oh
I
boy.
am intrigued.
Oh man.
However,
Yeah.
we do got to pay the bills first, though. So
Oh, for sure.
today wouldn't have been possible, of course, without the support of our very, very lucrative sponsor. So everyone, today's sponsor is not being able to find a sponsor until 5 minutes before the show and then making it up off the top of your head. You ever needed to find a sponsor for your show and then couldn't find one, so you just made it up off the top of your head? Well, that's what I just did. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. But perhaps the worst ad read in history, but you know what? We move. We move. So, of course, as you all know, segment one, questions. Burr, my dear friend. And you don't mind if I call you
Yeah.
Burr? Oh,
Go for it.
so, are you a tabletop or a table bottom? The silence is
My
deafening.
my players would like to have you believe that I am a table bottom. I would like to believe that I am a tabletop.
And I'm sure many people, in fact, oh shit. You subscribe? Why did you subscribe? You don't have to do that. Don't give me
I
money.
don't want ads. I don't want ads.
Prime Gaming. Yes, give me
I
that
also
Bezos buck.
haven't.
Thank you.
I forgot I had Prime. So
Mm, excellent. Perfect. Well, this is all just going to get funneled straight back into you next time I watch you stream, so it's fine. It's kind of the thing we're going to have going on. Um, okay. Well, I know a couple of people listening who are part of my weekly tabletop game, which is just it's D&D 5e. And I know they probably have varying opinions, but I would say I'm a tabletop as well. So we're just a couple of tabletops.
oh yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? That's fine. If you're a tabletop, table bottom, who cares? Who
Yeah,
cares?
for sure.
I gotta ask. So you've obviously picked your topic, and for those who haven't seen Twitter and the like, it's going to be tabletop gaming of
Mhm.
many different ilks, I believe. So what I'd like to know first is when did you start tabletop gaming as a player, and then when did you think when did you start going in as maybe a DM or a game runner or whatever you'd refer to it as.
So first, I something I always kind of tell people as both a joke and literal. I learned how to read, write, and count with Magic the Gathering and D&D. Um, my parents are both big nerds when it comes to those things,
Mm,
and I experienced my first D&D campaign as a player uh, when I was 10 years old,
yep.
and I ran my first game when I was 12, and I have been a forever DM since then. So for about 16 years now,
Mm,
um,
I see.
and I have been developing worlds and characters, and I only recently have been able to play as a player, but yeah, it's been a long time.
I see. I see. Okay. And when we refer to tabletop gaming, are we specifically talking TTRPGs, or is there a love for other styles of gaming there?
So my family and I did a lot of board games growing up as well, but for the most part, it's just the tabletop roleplay games. You
Okay.
know, homebrew stuff, and like I mentioned, card games, Magic the Gathering and whatnot.
Hmm.
Uh, so, but for the most part, it was the RPGs.
Perfect. Oh shit, Ghost, thank you so much for subscribing. My wife? My waffly wife? Why?
Why?
Why? We need to save money. Why you do that? Anyway, so I mean, I personally love tabletop games of all ilks, board games, card games, and TTRPGs. I've only played with one system. Whether there is some homebrew to the system, ever so slightly, I've only played with one. So, do you mind if we start with D&D? Because that's the one that I know the best.
For sure. Yeah,
Fifth,
no, I'm way fine with that. It's the one I know the most.
and I guess you mean fifth edition, or have you played multiple editions?
So I actually started on second edition.
Okay.
It's a very math heavy system,
Yep.
comparative to today. What with if you know what Thaco is,
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
to hit armor class 0,
Mhm.
that was all sorts of fun. I tested out some 3.5 for a couple of times, but up until 5th edition, I mostly ran just a very heavily homebrewed second edition.
Yeah. I see. Okay. And I guess when you picked up fifth edition, that became your standard, or would you still
Oh,
run?
100%.
Hmm.
I love 5th edition when it comes to running a game. It's so streamlined, it's smooth, it's easy to pick up and easy for people, new players to pick up.
Yeah. That's what brought me into it. I think mostly because I always enjoyed role playing games. I always enjoyed role playing, but for me, fifth edition was my introduction to D&D. Brought to me by Gravedigger, who's in chat, he's our weekly DM, and he's ran a few games for us now, both adventures and homebrew campaigns.
Yo,
And yeah, I think it's a very nice system to learn because everything ties together really nicely. Um,
yeah.
there's not really much in the way of wondering what die do I need to roll now, because it's like, well, it's a d20 for pretty much everything, pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, I think mathematics wise, it seems it's been very simple. The numbers are very streamlined, condensed. There's not too much in the way of modifiers, which, from what I hear, earlier editions of D&D had a lot of modifiers. If you were even going to make, a simple attack roll, for example.
First and fourth were really heavy on those modifiers.
Mm.
Um, Everything was a modifier. I actually still have my dad's. Uh, he's got like a booklet of 20 plus characters from first edition, and reading them, it's like I can't make heads or tails of where the math is.
Hmm.
It's just very convoluted. Um, but with fifth edition, the second you figure out how to calculate your modifiers, it's so easy.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. And of course, we said it's easy for new people to be able to pick it up as well and try it out, um, and learn it. So, on that then, what do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to run a game or to play it?
I, hmm, I mean, like I said, I've been a forever DM for 16 years. I do enjoy playing from time to time. It's nice to be able to kind of just unwind and let myself play, but I don't think I could ever stop DMing.
Yeah,
That is where I'm comfortable, where I sit and feel comfortable.
I see. I see. And so, from what I'm aware, there's a hell of a lot of background work goes into DMing. I mean, I've ran sort of fun one shots using sort of silly systems, simple systems, and even preparing that was a lot of work. So I mean, I imagine on a campaign you must be running hours and hours a week, maybe.
So
What do you think?
I I heavily improvise a lot of my stuff. Normal DMs, they'll have books upon books of actual uh, notes and uh, information about the world or the NPCs or lore or whatever.
Mm,
Um, I get a little skeleton of what I expect out of the next few sessions,
yeah,
and then I just kind of roll with it because a big thing with DMing is improvisation.
yeah,
Your players aren't going to do what you expect them to do.
yeah, yeah,
So you have to be able to adjust that on the fly. And for me, having dedicated notes makes it harder
yeah,
to improvise because then I feel like I've got to follow these notes.
yeah. Like kind of railroad yourself.
Now, that doesn't mean I don't write a whole lot of stuff down. I actually have a homebrew world for D&D that has made homebrew races, classes,
Yeah,
two 2,000 years worth of history and mythology and lore and people,
yeah,
and it's enough to fill a book.
yeah, yeah. That's the interesting thing about the background. So I mean, just on going back to 3.5, Gravedigger says, "Man, I still have my 3.5 and AD&D books, and sometimes I think, oh, it would be fun to go back for a game, and then I read them and say, no, actually, you know what, I'm good."
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah.
Ersk says, "Hello, hello, Ersk." Alexander Crow, Chutty Stream Pog, yeah, yes, another Chattybee with good friend Burr. Uh,
Hires.
Grave says, "No matter how much you prep, it won't survive contact with the players."
Nope.
Misha says, "Players are very good at breaking the plot." And Grave says, "Notes are great for keeping track of things that have happened, especially calendars."
I actually have a few examples for later
Hmm.
as to how players can break the game.
Oh, I'll hold mine for then because I'm sure there's been times, and
Oh yeah.
the very first episode of Chai B, I actually had Gravedigger on the show, and we were talking about Dungeons and Dragons specifically, and Gravedigger has a lot of planning, and he takes sort of, from what I remember, he takes the approach of he plans for things that he expects will probably never happen.
Right.
Because I guess it's there's the improvisational angle, but I guess there's also the enjoyment and the love for the world, like building the world out as well. So I think that's maybe a slightly different approach to how you do it. Um,
Uh, yeah. I mean, most of it, like, it still all happens within my head.
yeah,
Like, things are happening halfway across the world that may or may not affect my players down the line.
yeah,
I don't really keep track of it in paper because I
mm,
just will forget it if I write it down.
yeah. That's fair. Um, so I mean, it's interesting to see. Um, I guess a different style of, or a very ever so slightly different style of DMing, where you more enjoy the improvisation. And that's not to say Grave doesn't do improvisation because he does, but it's one of these. I guess I would. I mean, I think I imagine myself to be somewhat improvisational as a DM. If I was to start, my only worry would be I say a lot of nonsense, and I'd be concerned that my improv was just nonsense. And have you ever run into a point where you've maybe improved a section and thought back to it and thought, well, actually, you know, I now that I've put a little bit more thought into it, I would have liked to have done something else.
Oh yeah. Oh, most definitely. There's even times where I've come to my players and said, "Hey, I did an oops. Can we, as a group,
Mhm.
retcon this and make it to where it's this
Mhm.
and not that?"
Mhm.
And that's a big thing too with DMing is just communication.
Yeah, yeah, I can definitely say that that's been big, and that even comes down to sort of issues in the group. If players have problems or anything like that, being able to
Mm,
communicate with the DM, because ultimately you're all there to have fun. You know,
right.
whether you're the DM or whether you're a player. Um, Griff says the best way to go about it, in his opinion, is finding a balance between planning and improvisation. Doing neither of one is just as bad as doing too much.
Right.
Which, yeah.
And you got to kind of find the balance for yourself.
Hmm.
Like for me, it's more of a 30-70 where I prefer 30% planning and 70% improv.
Hmm.
But maybe for Gravedigger it's closer to like a 50-50.
Yeah.
It all depends on your play style.
Yeah. So if you go to, let's take, I suppose this can be any TTRPG world that you run. You're thinking of things on the fly, of course, for the situations at hand. But then, how do you approach other things that are happening in this living world that maybe the players aren't experiencing, or are maybe a result of the players' actions in the past? So maybe NPCs that you kind of they're not at the forefront. Maybe they stayed in a city, or they've sailed off on their own adventure and they're doing their own thing. Um, how do you handle those then? Is that something you plan, or is that something you like to improvise as well?
So I do a lot of with my work, I'm got a lot of free time mentally,
Hmm.
and I'll usually kind of play out everything going on with my worlds outside of the game.
Yeah.
And then because it's not affecting the players
Hmm.
at the moment, so it shouldn't have to be taking up the time that we are playing.
Yeah.
So I'll take my free time and I'll just kind of think, okay, so this this dwarven prince that they helped, what's he doing?
Yeah.
Is he still doing his thing? Is he going off and having his own adventures?
Hmm.
And I'll kind of just for the most part just daydream it.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So I often find myself as a player wondering about those things as well. So an example is a village. So our players, our band of heroes, have had as part of the wider mission has been visiting smaller settlements, smaller tribes, um, because they've all come under attack by
Mm,
it's UNT, who are trying to get these all powerful seeds of the world,
right.
for their own purposes. But I always wonder, after we've finished in those areas and we've moved on, and you fought the big battle or the large battle in that place, and I always wonder, well, how are those people rebuilding? How is that going for them? Have they been able to rebuild? Um,
Right.
and I always find that curious, because you know there's going to be points where maybe you'll wonder that, and you'll perhaps never even revisit those places again. Um, so I guess it all comes down to like rounding it off in your own mind. But then I guess hoping the players will take an interest in seeing what's going on with those people.
Yeah.
And as Griff says, yeah, go back there and find out if you can, as players, come to an agreement that you want to go back, you want to visit and see what's going on. Um, I think that would be really cool, and I think that's something that just going back to some of the games and adventures I've played, it would have been so cool to have done. And I often get a bit worried that the DMs either thought about it or has planned it or would love to do that as well, but just doesn't get the option. Has that been a situation you've been faced with where there's been something you would have loved to have played out, but it just unfortunately it just never happened?
plenty of times. I've had this. Uh, for example, I've had this old game or a couple of games that were taking place at the same time in the same world, just halfway across the world. Um, and they were sort of interconnected, and there was things that they could have pursued to interact with each other a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and they just never kind of pursued them, so they never really got the chance to like reach out.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of it did, you know, it sucked because I was like, man, they would really enjoy this and it would be really fun because all the players know each other. They just don't really, they play on different times and whatnot, so it would have just been really cool to see them like, hey, check on this NPC, or hey, check on this thing and that thing. And it, you know, it sucks, but you kind of just have to roll with it. You got to accept that that's just part of the storytelling.
Yeah, some things will be unexplored, but I mean, a curious players, and I would definitely consider myself as a curious player, often goes back and after a session will ask. I mean, I'll ask Grave, oh, you know, what would have happened if we'd have taken this path instead, if we'd have not done this thing, and if it's not something that's, you know, active, say it was a decision to make, for example, slaying, deciding to slay a creature or slay the leader of a tribe that you're no longer in interactions with. And sometimes the answer is, well, you could find out, or it's, well, actually, there's a conversation to be had there. You know, if you'd have killed this leader, then, you know, the tribe would have fallen into disarray. Maybe this person would have rose to power. Um, and I always find those things really interesting, particularly here in the um, sort of that butterfly effect of your decisions, because that's one of the largest parts of tabletop RPG for me is the decision making of the players and the derailing. I love to derail, and it's
Oh
not
yeah,
even intentional. It's just my current character. He's a very intelligent guy, but he's not very wise. He's not street smart. So he'll find
right.
himself and often drag the group into these situations that they have no business being in. Um, but I go back and think, hey, if he was just, oh, thank you so much for the subscription, Office. That's very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. Um, sorry, I just had some. I had the sub notification blasting in my ears.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. So just the idea of, hey, if this character was just a little bit wiser, or if, you know, my wife's character or my good friend Daku's character had have just either said something or had made this decision instead, or had just stamped the foot down and said, no, you get us into too much trouble. Or, hey, you know, I really don't like this person. Let's, you know, kill this character, or let's capture this character. It's really interesting to me to explore not only what happens, but what doesn't happen and what could happen.
Right.
And that's where the magic is for me. It's in the pure creativity. Um, yeah,
Yeah, the the derailing is fun.
yeah,
And as a DM, you can't, like, yes, your job is to corral the children and write, you know, narrate this story for them. But at the end of the day, it's not, as the DM, it's not your story. It's their story. It's
yeah,
everyone's story. And if they want to experience the story in a different way than you originally planned, you've got to kind of accept that.
yeah,
Now, granted, you still, and this is why things like session zeros are important, where you break down like, hey, this is what I expect out of this game,
yeah,
and everyone gets their, you know, their piece on that. But for the most part, if it doesn't break the expectations of the game,
hmm,
let your players railroad a little or derail a little bit.
yeah,
It gives them the chance to have fun, because that's what you're here to do, is have fun and make this story.
yeah. Exactly, exactly.
I've, as the DM, derailed
Hmm.
plenty of times, and it makes. But in the end of the day, the players had fun,
Yeah,
and that's what's important.
exactly. So Finnegrin says, the more I listen to experienced DMs, the more I realize that I'm not fit to be a good DM. I have very little improbabilities outside of comedic interactions. So, Bert,
That is,
what would be your advice?
if you think, and I agree with Damie on this.
Okay.
If you think that your improv is not as good, then focus more on your notes. Maybe you're a 7 to 3 on notes over
Hmm.
improv.
Yeah.
Maybe write some run a module.
Yeah.
Running a module is, because for me, I can never run a module. I can't follow that script.
Hmm.
I have to. I mean, I probably could, but I would put so much homebrew and variation to it that it wouldn't be the same as running a blank module.
Yeah.
And so you've got to find what works for you.
Yeah.
It's very much so a, if you don't think that you can improv well, let the module help you.
Hmm.
They have everything set up. They have the characters on how they interact and whatnot. You can find plenty of people writing their own stories and their own like mini modules and whatnot online as well.
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you very much for the subscription, Blade Shop. Much appreciated, and welcome to the show. Um, yeah. So I think I think you're absolutely correct. And I'd say even again to Finnegrin is communication is so important. You can
Yeah.
tell your players, the people, because the chances are your first game, you're playing with friends. You're not jumping in with strangers often. So just say, hey, I'm gonna try and DM. That's what I want to do. I'm new at it though, so just bear with me, and I'm sure they'll be absolutely fine, and they'll even help you in some way if they're more experienced at least.
If you ever want to test to see how comfortable you feel DMing,
Mm-hmm.
get a bunch of friends who have DMing experience and say, hey, can I run a one shot for you guys?
Mm-hmm.
And then run that one shot. One shot doesn't always have to mean it's one session and you're done. You could do multiple sessions, but it's a one adventure.
Yeah,
And that way you kind of get your feel, and having DM friends be your players, you can at the end of the game go, "Hey, how did I do?"
yeah, yeah, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to talk you through some things. And hey, hey, this didn't really work or didn't really flow as much, but you did this really well, and you'll discover what you're really good at. I'm sure, and discover where you lie in that spectrum of improv to planning, and find your medium there. You might even
Right.
find that you start to flaw because for example Finnegrin said his comedic interactions are where his improv skills shine, but you might even find that with the players around you it makes it easier for you to improvise within the story, within the world that you're making. It may just be, some big sort of beginner nerves before the session.
Oh yeah.
Some anxieties rather than this is a hard and fast limitation. Because this is the thing with D&D and role playing and anything. It can be whatever you want it to be. It can be as big or as small, as vast or as narrow as you want it to be, and that can change. It never always has to be the same thing. Um,
And
yeah,
it's, you're always going to have those nerves.
yeah, oh for sure.
16 years and I still have those nerves whenever I start a new game. Even when I'm running a game that I've run for over a year, I still have to, hey, how'd you guys feel about that game?
Yeah. So let's move a bit to the players then. So pre campaign, pre session zero, or even at session zero, firstly, one I want to talk about is what do you do? What conversations do you have, if any, to gauge what the players are comfortable with content wise? Because that's a really important thing. I've heard a lot of horror stories of, the DM made me play out an assault that I really was uncomfortable with and I didn't like. Is
That's
do you set a theme and have that conversation?
so that's mostly what session 0 should be. Session 0 should be, hey guys, this is kind of this is kind of the theme that I want to run.
Hmm.
It's going to have uh these possible triggers in them. Are you comfortable with this, or do you want to skip this? One
Mm.
thing that when my wife was running a campaign for a little bit, she got together this little trigger warning kit,
Hmm.
and she handed it out to everyone, and they came with a green, a yellow, and a red card.
Okay.
And if it came to a scene that was a little bit on the uh is this okay line,
Yeah.
people could put out the green card and say, okay, I'm comfortable with this. The yellow card of, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, so please be aware that I might switch this.
Yeah.
And the red card of just hard no.
Yeah.
And uh, for me, I, I play with a lot of friends that I've known for years, so I don't really use anything like that anymore because I know how they work, I know
Yeah.
how they feel, and I know that if they feel uncomfortable, they'll tell me.
Yeah.
But that's the big thing is, and again, once again, it comes down to communication. That
Hmm.
session 0 is always a, hey, are you okay with these things? If you're not, I won't do them.
Mm. Yeah.
And yeah, I guess like Gravedigger mentioned, a consent form. I've thought about putting a consent form together myself for a few things, but also it kind of, I've gotten a general idea of what I know my players are comfortable with
Mm.
and what other people might be comfortable with. So I'll ask them, but I won't really make up a consent form unless I'm going into a whole brand new group of people.
Yeah. Yeah. So we had, if I remember rightly, we had this player's consent form, and essentially it had, I think it was green, yellow, and red as well. But it was, this is fine. I'm okay with it being inferred or mentioned, but I don't want to actively roleplay this situation. Or
Mhm.
no, let's avoid that. And obviously, these things are fluid, so they can, people might be like, well, actually, at the start I said this. Now I'm more comfortable with D&D and the players I'm around. I'm okay with this being, something that was red. I'm okay with this being a yellow now. Whoa,
Right.
Foxy Full Red. Holy shit. Hello, everyone.
Whoa, welcome in, Raiders.
Whoa, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the raid, Foxyful. How was your stream? I hope you were well. Hi, Junie. Hi, Small Grim Fox.
Yo,
Oh, I've got Friday night from Yakuza playing in my head. It is Friday
there you
night.
go.
I'm jamming. I'm loving it.
Let's
Hey,
go.
Ninetail Geeky Fox. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Foxy, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me get you a shout out because I don't believe I have a mod right now. How was your stream? I hope it was good. So Gravedigger says, yeah, this campaign is the first time I've used a consent form with it being mostly new players. And his long time group is different, and I guess that relates back to what you said, where you kind of know your players. You know what they're feeling, or you know what they're not comfortable with, or are comfortable with. Um, and obviously those things can be. I guess those things can change over time.
Hmm.
But I really can. Um, I really can't stress enough again. It's communication. That's sort of what all of it comes down to. Uh,
Yeah, and the constant communication too.
yeah,
I, with the Kingdom Hearts TTRPG, one of the big consents was, hey, are there any worlds? Because it's Kingdom Hearts, you travel the worlds. Are there any worlds you're not comfortable with?
yeah,
and everyone kind of got a little veto of this is a hard no. But I've come forward to them and said, hey, I'm going to do this world next. And it has come down to, hey, I know I didn't veto this originally, but I'd like to veto this because I'm just not comfortable doing this world. And
Mhm.
that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. And that's the constant communication. It shouldn't just stop at session 0.
Yeah.
Session 0 should just be the one where you get the most of it.
Mhm. Well, that's it. It's keeping in touch because you're meeting up every week. Once, twice, however many times you play every week, and as just alluding back to one of Gravedigger's messages, he said, you might be okay with something one year or 1 week, but then the next totally the opposite because obviously people have lives and things change and mindsets may change or vary based on various factors, stress and work and everything. Um,
Exactly.
so keeping in touch with the players, keeping in touch with the DM. As I say, players use the DM like they are there to make sure everyone's having fun at the
Hmm.
same time as having their own fun as well, because it needs to be fun for the DM, but also to shepherd the game as well. And you can speak up if you have a DM. To me, any good DM will be more than happy to have a conversation with you. And I mean, you can have the most skilled DMs in the world, but if their attitude to players is bad, then to me, they're a bad DM. They're not.
Oh, 100%.
Mm,
Uh,
yeah.
a, a DM that does not, trying to think of how to, as you're a referee, you're a narrator, you're a storyteller, but you're also still there to play with your friends.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to work with your players, then you shouldn't be a DM. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Because it's not just about you. It's a group.
Yeah. So let's go to um let's go to another system then. So
Okay.
you have the Kingdom Hearts TTRPG. You have you mentioned did you mention Vampire as well, I believe?
I've been in I haven't run one yet. I've been planning to run one, but I haven't run by Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu, Gumshoe, uh, Monster of the Week. I'm currently starting a new one for that. Um, and one that I actually recommend people give a shot whenever they're with friends is a game called Dread.
Dread. I've not heard of that one.
Dread.
I will check that
So,
out. So what's that about?
Dread is a one-shot styled TTRPG.
Yeah.
It is designed to only be one and done for that storyline. And instead of using dice,
Hmm.
you use a Jenga tower.
Oh.
Yeah. So when you run, it's a horror based TTRPG where you play as yourselves,
Hmm.
and your DM will run you through sort of a horror scenario. We mostly do stuff like SCP inspired stuff.
Oh.
And whenever you want to do a thing that would normally require like a roll from D&D, you
Hmm.
instead the DM will instead go, "Okay, make one pull from the Jenga tower or make two pulls from the Jenga tower or three, like depending on how dangerous or tense this situation is."
Hmm.
And if the Jenga tower falls, you're dead.
You're done.
Something happens, something bad happens.
So does everyone have their own Jenga tower, or does that kind of represent the world being together and slowly crumbling apart?
It is one Jenga tower.
One single tower. Holy shit.
Yeah. And when it falls and you put it back together, the DM is supposed to make pulls equal to the players left in order to
Hmm.
start So it already starts, even though it fell originally, it already starts sort of messed up.
Yeah. So is there a way to redeem in that game? Or
Uh, I because I run very long dread sessions. Usually these are like 5 hour, 6 hour games.
yeah.
Um, the first fall isn't a death
Okay.
unless it's getting close to the end, which then you don't really have a time to save yourself. But it's usually a life or death situation
Mhm.
where, like, okay, your arm got chopped off,
Yeah.
or you broke your leg, and now you can't run in the end. So it's going to be
Mhm.
harder. You're going to have to make more pulls if you have to run away. Some stuff like that.
That's
But
so
for
cool.
the for the most part, you're supposed to just die.
Holy shit, that is so. I
Yeah.
would love to play. I need to see this game in action.
Oh,
That
it's a great game.
that sounds so interesting, and I love games that sort of pull away from the dice element. Don't get me wrong, I love the forbidden candy. Like I'm down for the click
Oh
clack
yeah.
rocks, but
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is one of the reasons I love the Arkham Horror LCG so much because that one has it's a kind of a dice, but it's not. It's a bag of tokens, and you pull from a bag of tokens.
Ooh.
Some of them could be numbers, and these are for various challenges. So you might have a typical card game thing. It's often a stat versus a stat, and you'll pull from the bag, and it will either be it could be a 0 or a -1 or whatever it might be. Will modify your stat, but then there's also auto fail, auto success, and there's a few other ones that might be, oh, you take a -2, but also this thing happens. So also you lose all of your items, or also this, something,
Ooh.
an ally will lose an item. The player sat to your left will take some damage. Um, so I find those super interesting. And Jenga, I could never have thought of. I would never have
Yeah,
thought of
and it really adds to the horror aspect because it's so suspenseful of like, okay, everyone back away from the table,
that. Yeah,
don't touch it, don't shake it, because if it falls over when no one's pulling, the
yeah.
last person who pulled died.
Holy shit, yeah,
It's not forgiving. So it's a very tense situation, and it's a lot of fun, and I love those kinds of games. I agree with you. Like, yes, I like my shiny math rocks,
yeah,
but I like games that kind of divulge a little bit from that.
yeah.
Uh, and some that kind of mix the two. Ran a couple of sessions, and I would love to run one again eventually. But there's a TTRPG which became a video game
Mhm.
called Mutant Year Zero.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Um, it's now an XCOM like game, but the tabletop game uses special D6s
Hmm.
to where they don't have numbers 1 through 6. They instead have symbols, and
Yeah,
what you roll is what happens.
I see.
So those kind of systems too are kind of interesting because it still is the dice, but it's more. It's more than just dice, you know?
Yeah, that leads me sort of. That makes me think of the Dark Souls board game. So that has various dice. D6. They're all D6s with symbols, but there's different coloured die as well. So some of them represent an increased chance, or kind of like the Mario Party dice where you've got more higher numbers
Mm,
than you've got lower numbers. But then some of them are the badness modifier. This is
that's
doesn't matter what you've rolled, you've got to roll one of these dice, and this could either be this is going to seriously hamper what you're doing, or this is going to be complete failure, no matter how
I
well
like
you
that.
roll. Yeah,
I,
it's really cool.
I've wanted to try that board game for so long, I just never get the chance.
Oh, I need to recommend you to Tabletop Simulator if you don't have it already.
Oh, I do. Oh,
So
I
fucking
do.
good.
I we'll definitely have. You'll have to show me how to play on there
I
because I
will.
use it.
I will. We play D&D. That's how we play D&D. We use the tabletop simulator for D&D.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. We use there's the character sheets in there, and there's a lot of things that are kind of automatically mapped out for you. So, for example, putting in your class will um, define your primary stat, for example. It'll calculate your things, your scores based on your proficiencies and everything like that. So it makes things a lot easier. But then you also still have the physical aspect of you have a token. You can import your tokens if you want. You can import just images onto a token. But that's where
Ooh,
I've played things like the Dark Souls board game or the Arkham Horror LCG because it makes those more accessible. Because generally, those things, and even though it's super nice to have a physical thing, those things are fucking expensive.
yeah. Oh, yeah. It gets pricey, and I mean, I splurge a little bit whenever I can for stuff like miniatures, but that's just because I paint minis.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
um, but I'm a little bit of a sucker for arts and crafts when it comes to D&D.
Hmm.
Like I make my own terrain and whatnot. I'll actually like craft and paint my own like tiles and whatnot.
Hmm. When
But
you saw the topper on my wedding cake, right?
I did. Was that from Hero Forge?
I don't know what it was from. Blade Sharp, who's in the chat, he was he's one of my best friends, and he was my best man at my wedding, and he got it for me, and then got a professional Warhammer painter to paint it. Well, he
Oh,
didn't
that's cool.
he didn't get them to do it. He went to get the paints and I believe he was telling the guy, "Oh, this is for my good friend's wedding. It's to go on top of the cake." And the guy in the store was like, "I'm not letting you ruin this. I will do this for free."
That's great. That's so cool.
Mm. And it turned out so fucking wild. I mean, I've got it. We've got it back home. It's so fucking cool. But yeah, I love the arts and crafts side of things. If I was more creative, I would definitely get into it. So a Blade Chap saying it was literally ripped from his hands. Like, no, you're not
So,
ruining this.
this is a little cheesy, um, but I I love that.
Mm,
I sort of did something a little similar.
yeah.
Um, I met my wife through D&D, so when I proposed to her, I
Mm.
ran a one shot, and
Oh,
I designed the terrain for the entire uh dungeon. I bought all new minis to run against them and everything, and I still have them all painted up and whatnot,
yeah.
somewhere in a box somewhere. But yeah, it's so cool just how much D&D can affect your everyday life.
Oh, yeah. It is. I mean, I don't want to put the pressure on you, but I'd love to hear how you did that. How you
Uh,
proposed.
oh, so okay, so like I mentioned, me and my wife met each other through D&D.
Yeah.
Um, and we had it wasn't the original game that we met through, but
Hmm.
one of the games that we played, I was playing a half orc paladin and she was playing an eladrin,
Hmm.
and they had interconnected backstories. She was royalty, he was kind of her knight.
Hmm.
um and he had a end goal of finding a wish spell so that way he could live forever because he was absolutely head over heels in love with her.
Hmm.
Um, and her being an Eladrin, she lived forever.
Yeah.
So I started the campaign with them meeting an older Britannian, which was his name,
Hmm.
and he said, "Hey, uh, because his oath was to the elvish goddess of love. Like that was just originally his whole thing."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, one of my temples got desecrated. Can you go clear it out
Hmm.
and find me the artifact of bonding?"
Yeah.
Uh, Turns out the artifact of bonding was a ring.
Ah.
and he I actually have the recording somewhere, but I had this little bit of speech where at the end, when they brought back the ring, I went, I explained his whole thing of, I my whole life I had a wish
Mhm.
to live forever to be with my wife. However, and then I turned to my now wife and said, "My wish is to spend the rest of my life with you." And I
Oh.
broke character at that point. And it took Moss a second as I got down on my knee, and you could see the wheel spinning a little bit. Uh,
Oh.
and she never knew. She never knew anything was going on. She thought that this one shot was so that way my youngest brother could get back into D&D.
Yeah.
Um, all of our friends were there. All of my parents. We played this at my parents' house
Mhm.
because they just have a really big house.
Yeah.
And they were recording, and it was a really really nice thing. But yeah, it was a great. It went exactly how I wanted it to, which was perfect.
Yeah. That kudos, my man. I would shake your hand. That is incredible. What a guy. Moss, you should marry him. You should marry him. I don't care
Yeah.
if you're already married, marry him again. There's no excuse.
Uh,
That's so sweet. So, it might ruin the magic to ask, but who else knew that that was going to happen?
everyone.
Everyone knew, and they all kept it
Everyone
quiet.
knew except for her.
That's so. Ah, I wouldn't have been able to keep my. Well, I would have been able to keep my mouth shut, but I'd find it difficult to contain my excitement, just the anticipation. We
Yeah.
nervous?
Like Moss mentioned, had she not been staring directly at me and seen anybody else,
Yeah,
she would have figured it out. But
yeah.
thankfully, I was able to. She was sitting right next to me, so she all focus was on me. So
That's so sweet. That's actually so pog. I love that. Ah, that
and
me.
it just kind of goes to show how much D&D can affect you outside of a game.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, our characters. When I say our, I mean mine and my wife's character are currently married. They were married, and then they visited the tribal slash family home of um Ghost's character.
Uh,
And it turned out so the wedding in Ghost's sort of family culture and tradition, a wedding is never it's never valid unless it takes place within the home their home environment underneath or by their sort of the equivalent of their like spiritual tree. So they're druids, so it's a very druidic thing. So we actually got to get married again. So obviously, I only got
that,
married in real life at the start of this month, but we got to get married again in D&D, and that was we did skip past a little bit, but
yeah.
it was so sweet. But nothing, honestly, nothing is going to top you doing that. That is
Oh,
I'm beaming. I'm actually beaming. That's incredible. That's so
it's
nice.
the one like if I can say I accomplished anything with D&D, it's that.
I would have shit my pants with glee. That's so sweet. So I did skipped over a question. Ghost redeemed the question. What are some of your favorite characters or the most creative characters you've seen played in a campaign, or maybe you've played?
Uh, so I always come back to this character because this was the first character that I got to actually be a player after years of not of being a DM.
Hmm.
But he was a water genasi, Circle of Dreams druid by the
Oh,
name of
nice.
River Rock. And he's always smiling and talks a little bit like this and is a very relaxed and happy person, even if he's stabbing you with a blade between your ribs.
Oh, nice.
He is so unhinged and so great, and he was the healer of the group.
Yeah.
Um, but he's a great character, and he will forever live with me. But as far as my players go, um, I have two characters that I have to say are my favorites that I've ever ran a game for.
Yeah.
Um, the first one was one of my very first long campaigns.
Mm.
Uh, I'm not going to go into too much detail because this guy uh, doesn't like talking about it too much. But
Sure.
he he had never played D&D before. He was your stereotypical jock, nerds are nerds sort of person, and
Yeah.
then he was kind of forced to come and play with us because he was next door neighbors with me.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
and watching this guy make up this human fighter that had the same name as him go from being this is dumb and boring to by the end of the game coming out through his character,
Hmm.
watching him grow and become the person who he is today. It forever, even if it's just a basic human fighter, his character had so much growth
Hmm.
that it will forever sit with me
Yeah.
and is by far one of my favorite characters. It was also the first character I killed.
Well, well, it was
It
nice while it lasted, but swings and
well,
roundabouts.
it was the last session, and they were fighting this ancient black dragon, and unfortunately, the black dragon crit when he had very little health. So
Oh, that's so sweet.
yeah, but uh, he took it. I mean, he cried. We all cried about it, but
Yeah.
he took it well. But another character that really sits with me, that I will always remember is there's a good friend of mine. He pops up sometimes in some of the Grim Gangs uh, channels. You may have
Mhm.
seen Keto Bappo Bean.
Yes. Yes.
Um, yeah, he's a good friend of mine as well. I've known him for years, and he ran this. He ran a draconic noble wizard in a his cousin was the emperor of uh the country that they were in, and the way that we developed his character was
Hmm.
very it was my first time coming to be a little bit more open with allowing my players to homebrew.
Yeah.
um so it was very new to me, but it was a good experience because they got to really explore this character.
Yeah.
um he had all these like nodes in his body that were inhibiting his magical prowess. Um,
Hmm.
and it was later found out that the emperor, who was, as all emperors are, evil, he could use these nodes to cast dominate person on him.
Yeah.
Um, and he he kind of was the glue, which is very it's very weird that this happened, but he was kind of the glue that held the party together.
Hmm.
um he was the character was a nervous wreck, very like he was very well spoken, but boy howdy was he nervous.
Yeah.
um and but the fact that this character, who wasn't a face character, who wasn't a uh uh your average social character,
Yeah.
was the glue,
Hmm.
really showed me that anyone can be that character.
Yeah. That's for sure. And there does seem to be sort of a typical kind of natural order of things in D&D sometimes, I find. So, or any TTRPG for that matter. So, I think there's always going to be players who tend to lean towards leaders and some that tend to lean towards followers. And it's really nice as well when that mold gets broken. Um,
Mm.
when you just have a lot of players who kind of they have a similar play style in terms of leader or follower, but there is always that one character who is boundlessly um, attached to all members of the group. Almost like,
Mhm.
it sounds weird to say, but almost like the pet of the group. Not to devalue their contributions to the game, but to, I suppose because everyone is so attached to them, everyone loves them so much, and they may not even be a character who says much or does much, but they just kind of their presence brings an overwhelming joy to the rest of the party.
Oh yeah.
And often I found they also tend to be the character that thinks outside of the box and doesn't really say much, but then when it really counts, they'll step up and they'll have the idea, or they'll have the plan, or they'll
Mhm.
ask the question that really gets everyone thinking about what they're about to
Right.
do.
Right. Yeah, the glue is important. And
Yeah,
there's always one.
yeah,
You can't have a cohesive game without one.
exactly. Um, just going back up in chat here, Space Yocto says, "Hey, Chucky, congrats on the marriage. I already said to Ghost and have caught your streams for a while. Thank you very much, Space Yocto. That's very kind of you, and welcome back. It has been a little while. Um, oh, it looks like your your good lady has put the proposal video in your Discord.
Yep, it's been kind of hiding in one of the chats, so
Mhm.
I'm surprised she found it and pinned it.
I will be joining your Discord and watching that on probably repeat with Ben and Jerry's and crying.
it's it's a
So
bad angle, but it was a good scene.
yeah, yeah. Um, so I know you're probably very excited to talk about this, but please take me through Kingdom Hearts, the TTRPG. I would love to hear
Oh,
about the
where to
system,
start?
the world. Okay, let's start with the system then.
Uh, so there's if you look up Kingdom Hearts TTRPG, there's two systems you can find.
Mhm.
There was one that was posted a long time ago on Reddit,
Yeah.
which is the one that we use, and there's another one that's on Tumblr. And I actually, the one that made the one on Tumblr, is a follower of the Kingdom Hearts TTRPG. They've been watching for a long while and kind of taking notes.
Mhm.
And I eventually want to try out their system,
Yeah.
but the system we currently run hasn't been touched in a long while.
Mhm.
So at this point, with how much we have changed and homebrewed and edited and added and taken away, it's essentially a whole new system.
Yeah.
Um, I can, if you would like me to, I actually have the links for both the Google Drive that has the TTRPG original,
Yeah.
as well as I have the link for our homebrew stuff,
Yeah, I would love
that
to
I
see
can
that.
post up.
Yeah,
Uh,
sure.
if you want me to post that in like the chat or
Mhm.
something.
Of course, if you're happy to
Um,
share it, I'd be more than happy to, because I'm definitely interested in seeing it and learning some more, because that's one thing I was struggling with, wasn't the story, but was just getting to grips with the system, because I haven't read anything about any Kingdom Hearts tabletop RPG system, so I was just
yeah,
trying to pick it up as I go along.
it's a
There's been,
funky system. It's definitely a funky system. They wanted to the way that this system worked. They wanted to keep it uh as like dedicated to the story as they could,
yeah, right,
and to the system, as a video game, and it really didn't work. So we've taken the liberty to oh, it's not going to let me send the
stick it in the Discord.
yeah,
I'll post it up. Well, speak of the devil and they will appear. There's Bapple Bean right
yeah,
there. Thank you so much for the
there's a Babo.
follow. Get a hydrate, have a drink, have a bit of a stretchy poo, and I'll get this link posted up for everyone to see.
Where
Um,
Are you just on, or do you just use Ghost's Discord, or
You just want to
I'll
post it in
send
the
them to you.
call? We're in the call room, maybe. We can
Yeah,
just.
yeah, I'll just post them in the call. Um, but the system's very fun.
Mhm,
And there's a lot of homebrewing to it too, in
mhm.
terms of going to the different worlds.
Yeah,
Because while the normal Kingdom Hearts game, you go to Disney worlds
yeah.
because of how ban happy Disney is.
Mm.
We are expanding from that. Like the first world that they went to was Kids Next Door.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah. So
That is a flashback.
any forms of TV shows, movies, video games, books.
Mhm.
Um, we were we welcome all of those with open arms.
Yeah.
Um, so it the next world actually is our first guest world, um, which I kind of break away from the splurging a little bit.
Yeah.
We as a group wanted to ask if you would be interested in eventually maybe guesting.
I, well, I didn't want to be rude and ask, but I really want to be part of it. Let me in.
Um,
Let me in.
yeah. Uh, so I am gonna send you because we actually have a guest application for the streamers.
Oh, okay.
Um, but it's only like 3 sessions.
That's okay.
But um, our first world that we're going to, which I've already spoiled, is Monster Hunter Stories.
Oh.
For guesting, with Soul Rock Martin.
Ah, that's so interesting.
So, but yeah, I was talking about this with the group a long while back, and we all agreed that we wanted to uh, invite you.
Yeah, I
Um,
would love to.
but the game itself, uh, the Kingdom Hearts TTRPG follows 100 years after Kingdom Hearts 3.
Mhm.
Um, ixnaying any information we get from Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah.
We are not including any canon as far as Kingdom Hearts 4. As far as as far as the TTRPG is concerned, Sora is dead. Never came back.
I see.
Um, and so the survivors from the warrior or the light group started a school for Keyblade users,
Ah, okay.
and on the world of Scala ad Calum, which is the last world you go to in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
Um, and uh, this school has a bunch of masters and apprentices, and the apprentices actually have their keyblades,
Mhm.
and there are a group of students called hopefuls that show more promise in terms of awakening their keyblade.
Yeah.
Um, and then there's just the base student. There's just the basic student base. There's over hundreds of kids in this school. I don't really focus on them too much because they're just nameless NPCs. Because it's just a sort of a boarding school.
Yeah.
But the players all play, which are Damie Devil, Bisa Bing, and the Goblin Moss.
Yeah.
They are all Keyblade apprentices, so they all use Keyblades.
I see.
Um, and they go off and do a bunch of stuff, missions and whatnot. Most of the TTRPG so far has been at the school and kind of experiencing a lot of school life.
Mm.
Um, my DMing preference is like 70% role play, 20% combat, 10% like politics in turn, or politics and relationships. Um, but there's a lot of role play. There's a lot of drama. I would consider our game to be a very big drama.
Yeah.
Um, let me think. There's what's a good. There's a lot of homebrew. Again,
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
homebrew. I've for if you know Kingdom Hearts, you know that there's the Heartless and the Nobodies are the main enemies,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Um, but uh, I've included a third enemy type,
Okay.
where Heartless are more focused on the hearts and Nobodies are focused on the bodies. My third enemy, the Memoirs, are
Yeah.
focused on the mind and memories.
Interesting.
And those who have strong memories leave behind strong memoirs.
Hmm.
And I originally wasn't going to make this. There's a lot of things about this game that I originally wasn't going to do. But
Yeah.
then my players were like, hey, can I do this? And I'm like, well, okay, sure. Now I can do that. Um, two out of the three of my players came to me and said, hey, I want amnesia. Okay, well, now I'm going to make memory based enemies because that's just going to be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It makes sense.
Uh, the headmistress of the school is the child of Terra and Aqua. Um, if you've played, I don't know how much of Kingdom Hearts you know of.
Um,
Uh,
I've been party to Demi Devil and his enthusiasm. Let's say. Um.
it's
Yeah.
it takes over our lives a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's super interesting. I mean, um I've watched video essays on Kingdom Hearts, and I'm not going to say I have even the most basic of understandings of it because that story is a mess. But it's not a mess in a terrible, awful bad way. It's a lot. And it's a lot of, well, this happens, but actually no it didn't because this extra thing happened.
It's the thing about Kingdom Hearts, and I think the big hang up with a lot of people's story, like tracking the story,
Hmm.
is a lot of people play 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Hmm.
And it's not a game where you can just play the numbered entries.
Hmm.
You have to play them all. They're all important in some way to the story. So I always recommend, if you don't understand the story very well,
Hmm.
play the entire series. Don't skip any of the mid entries, except for Chain of Memories. Read the wiki for that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chain of Memories is a little um, but it's a story that is convoluted, but it's also a very interesting story to follow along.
Yeah. I find it I think you're right. I find it the my exposure to it has been, it seems like it's something that if I put more time into sort of gathering the story together, I think honestly playing the games is going to be for me probably the most digestible way to come to grips with the history of everything. And as I say, I've had the history of everything in video essays and in Damien's ramblings, and I don't fully understand, but I love the concept. I love the spins. I do find myself kind of almost at the edge of my seat with all the different things that are going on in that world, or those worlds, should I say? Um. So yeah. But I think if we were gonna say then, and I guess this is gonna be a question for you.
Mm.
So you say it's best to sort of get everything rather than just the numbered entries. Is it one of those situations where you should play them in release order to get the best experience, or is there a shotgun order to play them in? So for the video games.
There's If you really want to just follow the story from beginning to end, there is there is a order in which you can play them,
Yeah.
where it would start. It wouldn't be the release dates
Yeah.
because sequels and prequels have been released later than the main series.
Right.
Um, there, I can always like write it out in case you do want to play the entire series. But there, if you want to experience it from beginning to end, uninterrupted, there is an order.
I
However,
see.
I agree with Damie. Release order kind of is better because, and just for my personal sake, because it's like the story hints at certain things, and then when you go and you play some of the other released games, kind of out of chronological order, you're like, oh, that's what they meant, or
Mhm.
oh, that's the connection there, and you can kind of see almost like finding Easter eggs that reference other games.
Yeah.
It gives you that little bit of wow factor of, oh, now that makes sense, and it keeps you a little bit keeps you a little bit hyped, at least for me
Mhm.
personally.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly give them all a try. They are games that I've had every intention to play, but I've just never kind of gotten around to it. But I think, given, I mean, given our conversation, I think they'll definitely be more bumped up that list. Let's say. But
The collections, if
yeah.
I may, the collections, the 1.5, 2.5,
Mhm.
those I recommend doing it that way because the collections come sort of in a good way of playing through them. Like 1.5 has uh one and Chain of Memories and uh has a video where it just plays the cutscenes of
Mhm.
another game. And
Yeah.
then 2 has this and another game where it's just the cutscenes. So
Oh.
that way you can still you may not be able to play the game, but you can at least keep up with the story, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But I recommend if you're gonna do it that way, if you're gonna do it anyway, play 1.5, play all the games on 1.5, play all the games on 2.5, and then just play 3.
Yeah. Okay. So
Um,
just pulling it back around to the TTRPG then.
yeah.
What are some of your favorite worlds you've experienced and you've played out?
Oh, so we've only gone to 4 worlds
Yeah.
so far. We have gone to Kids Next Door.
Yeah.
Well, technically, we've only gone to 3 worlds. We've gone to Kids Next Door.
Yeah.
We have gone to the Polar Express
Perfect.
for
I
a
love it.
Christmas special. Um, and if you've ever played Golden Sun,
I have not.
which it's a Game Boy series, or it's a Game Boy RPG that's really fun. Their tag along NPC is actually from the Golden Sun series.
Mhm.
We went to that world as well.
Yeah.
Uh, Out of the ones that we've played so far, Polar Express was by far my favorite. It was a lot of fun. It was very cozy, but also there was some combat and some plot twists there that really pushed forward the game. Um,
Did you fight the kids?
no, there was a nobody train that ended up following next to them and almost ran them off the rails.
Oh
That
shit.
they had to hop on, and there was this huge scene where they had to hop on top of the train in order to hop over to the other one, and it was a really fun few sessions. We
Mhm.
actually just posted those ones on the on the YouTube,
Oh nice.
because I'm trying to post the VODs on the YouTube, keep people, you know, up to date.
Up to date.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but as far as worlds that I've planned that
Mhm.
I actually have really been excited to do. Um, Five Nights at Freddy's.
Interesting.
That's already been spoiled to our players, so I don't mind mentioning that. But
Yeah.
we are going to be going to Security Breach.
Oh shit, Glamrock Freddy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It may or may not be because, and I do a lot of voices,
Hmm.
and it may or may not be because I can do a somewhat decent glam rock Freddy.
Excellent, excellent.
So,
Let's hear
uh, oh gosh, you're gonna put me on the spot.
it. Well, I mean,
Uh,
let me give you some time to prepare rather than leave you on that there spot. I mean, my mind is just boggling with the ideas of worlds that I would love to visit. Um, oh, I would love you guys to be part of. I was just thinking there, like, just it'd be so cool. Like, so you got the characters who are Keyblade apprentices. Um, and I don't know how canon everything has to be as far as Kingdom Hearts lore is concerned. I know, for example, Sora is dead, but how tight do you like to keep it?
since it's 100 years past the games,
Yeah,
I'm kind of loose on that. Um, the application, like Moss just mentioned, the application has five allows you to pick up to five worlds.
yeah,
And the reason why we do that is we don't want to double up, right?
yeah,
Um, so far the only guest worlds we have guaranteed is Monster Hunter Stories and Pokemon Mystery Dungeons.
yeah.
So obviously those are not available, but
No.
if you select world or pick worlds that you think would be fun, and I can work with you on what would work in a Kingdom Hearts setting,
I
you
see.
know.
Yeah.
Because there's some that work great in the setting, and some that I can work with you to make it work.
Hmm.
um you want to do Doctor Who? I can find a way. Like, like that's just kind of an example of, like, it, whatever. I recommend, if you really are struggling, video games, cartoons, anime,
Yeah.
things that already have sort of or books even. Like, uh
Mm.
I've thought about taking the gang to the world of Aragon.
Oh, I see.
Um, I don't think I will, but I've thought about it.
So
Um,
I just had. Sorry, this is kind of off topic. Kind of off
no,
topic, but not really. I was reading through the application. I'm thinking, I have a character. It's a D&D character, but I
mhm.
think he's a dwarf. But I think I was just thinking, like, so we have the main characters are all Keyblade apprentices. What if we
Yes.
have this guy or this collation or this world of people who maybe they're, I don't know. This is probably gonna suck. I'm just spitballing here, but maybe their world never had a heart, and maybe they are. Um, the words that come to mind is Lockhammer. Um, and I guess they would be. They never got their chance for all of the joy and everything. Uh,
Mm.
so naturally they're vehemently, they're not against it, but they don't like it. Because why are all you light lovers able to? Why do you guys get all the happiness and all the joy and all
Oh
we
yeah.
we know work and toil? Um, yeah, just a random thought, but I don't know what world that could even take place in. But yeah,
It There's plenty of. I mean, one of the other things I was thinking, or I just remembered, we do have. I was working with another one,
mhm,
the Slayer. He uh he was wanting to do, because he's in a Curse of Strahd game,
yeah.
and he was wanting his world to be Barovia.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So things like that I can work with, you know.
Yeah.
Um
Shit. I'm thinking even
so
like.
it
Sorry, go on.
now the thing about the worlds
Mhm.
is, and this is with Kingdom Hearts, is a thing called world order,
Mhm.
where other games or other worlds don't know, or worlds don't know that other worlds exist.
Yeah.
You know, they're within their own thing, and that's where the party kind of comes in, because the whole aspect of the worlds is there was one singular world
Mhm.
before they were scattered amongst the stars.
Yeah.
Uh, and the core world is where their school is right now, Scala.
Mhm.
And their whole thing is finding worlds that are ready to reconnect with Scala
Mhm.
and finding the heart of this world and can basically attaching a spectral fishing line to
Mhm.
reel it in,
Mhm.
to allow those worlds to break the world order and become one again.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
So, one thing I do ask for guests is, uh, don't expect to have a Keyblade.
No.
Uh, I've made one exception for a guest being Misha, but that's because Misha's character doesn't have a world.
Okay.
It their character is deeply connected with Damie's character,
Mhm.
so it's very complex and complicated, and that's the only reason they have a Keyblade. Uh, but I will, I work with people on what weapons are you using? Does it make sense with your world? Does your world allow for magic to exist?
Mhm.
Because with the Monster Hunter Stories world, my players aren't going to have access to any of their magic,
I see. And is that
and
because the source of their magic doesn't exist within that world?
because it would break the world order.
I see. Okay.
And the world is just not one until it's connected and goes through sort of a therapy scene, or a therapy phase where they're the representatives from Scala go and say, "Hey, y'all are gonna be seeing some weird stuff.
Mhm.
Uh, be ready for this. There's more than just your world out there." They have to maintain a semblance of, "Hey, magic doesn't really exist."
Shit. Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
um, and there's some worlds where magic doesn't exist, but they can kind of get away with it. Kids Next Door, for example,
Yeah.
they just basically said, "Oh, my magic is because of gadgets."
Yeah. So machination.
Yeah, so
Um.
they were able to kind of hide it behind stuff. Um,
I
so
see.
that kind of rolls back to what we were talking about previously of the planning. I've got to be able to work out what worlds can do what, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Um, with Monster Hunter, they're not even going to have access to their keyblades.
Damn.
They're
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to have all new weapons and stuff that I have to homebrew an entire new set, an entire new, almost an entire new, uh, what's the word?
Arsenal.
An entire new TTRPG almost.
Oh right. Okay.
I have to completely rework everything just for this world, which I'm fine with doing. I I want to be challenged like that because it's fun.
Yeah. That's
System, thank you. The word system was evading me. Um, but I basically have to create this whole new system for Monster Hunter.
yeah. And how how does that, or is this something that you don't want to talk about yet, or you haven't thought about? So how does that impact, or do the actions impact uh the the larger state of, I'm going to say the larger state of the world, but what I really mean is their home worlds and worlds they've been to and visited. Do their actions on these guest worlds have any impact on?
Oh yeah.
on the greater story.
Oh yeah, for sure. What they, because if they, for example, with the kids next door world,
Yeah.
yeah, they're the players are, yeah. Um, the kids next door world, they broke the world order so hard that me as the DM had to kind of uh make the decision of how bad is this going to affect it.
Hmm.
And I essentially took the NPC that they were interacting with, and without their knowledge originally, they know now, but without their knowledge originally, turned him into a scout from the homeworld.
I see.
Um, so they can affect, their actions can affect everything. It can affect how quickly the world connects with the home world. It can affect all sorts of stuff. But the cool thing about this is they can always come back to these worlds. That's
Yeah.
something that I initially told them is, hey, if you want to go back to these worlds, go back to these worlds.
I see.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that they actually went to a different world too, a homebrew world. I forgot all about that. Sorry.
No, that's
So
okay.
technically, they've been to 5 worlds.
I see.
Uh, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah. Oh no, I can
Uh,
imagine. My mind is just boggling with all the different worlds that you could go to, or I could go to, and what maybe you could see there. And this, it's just there's just so many cool worlds, man.
right, right. And if it's something that doesn't exist currently, I can always work with you on like making something happen. And if it, and this is sort of something else too that we were talking about. If Ghost is also interested, uh, I can send Ghost an application as well, or even if you two wanted to guest at the same time and do the same world, like that would be kind of cool. Or
That
you can
would
each
be.
have your own separate worlds.
That would be cool. That would be up to them. I would be down for it though. And just on the kids next door world, I'm just gonna say number four represent. I
Oh
identified
yeah.
so hard with number four as a kid. I don't know
Oh,
why.
number two was my guy. Just I liked Hoagie. He was fun.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, the pocket pizza.
The
Oh,
yeah, I mean the I'm just kind of again, I'm just stuck thinking like you're gonna there's the potential to go to so many of these different places. And oh, you've been to Undertale as well?
for a brief second. Um,
That's a cool
not
world.
going to go into too much detail, but
Okay.
there was a brief second where they went in. Um, one of the players wasn't comfortable at the time, so I said, "Okay, we'll come back to this world," and I. This is where the improv comes into play as far as DMing,
Yeah.
right? It happened mid, like, hey, I'm not comfortable here. Okay, uh, I on the fly had to think, okay, so their tag along NPC Matthew
Hmm.
um beamed them back up to their gummy ship and was like, "Hey, so you know how there's a difficulty rating system for the worlds based off of like are you experienced enough to be here safely or not? Yeah, no, this is almost maxed out.
Yeah.
We can't be here. It's too dangerous."
That's fair. Yeah.
Um but they can always come back.
Yeah.
It's always there. It exists for them to be able to come at their leisure.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, they've been to Stardew Valley. I totally forgot about Stardew Valley. Um, they had a big a few therapy sessions because they've been through a lot.
Let's go to Shrek World. Shrek World. And
Okay.
the big bad can be, is it Mungo or whatever? The giant gingerbread cookie.
Oh gosh, no.
Shrek Swamp Time, let's go.
Oh no.
Not the gumdrop
No.
buns.
Not the gumdrop buttons.
That would, I mean, that's not it. But I mean, it would be fun.
This is my DM veto right here. I am not. No. I cannot do Shrek. That is as much as it would work, like my brain is like,
It's
would
Shrek.
that work? Yeah, it would work. I don't want it to work,
No.
but it could. Because
Oh,
the big thing with worlds, and something that I work on as the DM, is every world in the Kingdom Hearts video game has a moral,
yeah.
or has a thing that teaches the player and the character and Sora how can you be sort of a Keyblade master,
Yeah.
right? And so each world has a moral, has a lesson to be learned.
Yeah.
Kids Next Door was teamwork, because it was their very first world.
Yeah.
It's the very first time these characters had ever interacted with each other.
Mhm.
So in a team setting, so it taught them teamwork. Polar Express taught them that, there's light no matter how dark it is, and your friends. It's all sorts of this sort of story, and the big thing is the lessons and the morals.
So the lesson of the Shrek world is, this is Shrek Swamp.
This is Shrek.
Everyone has layers. And what you see on the outside
yeah,
might not be what's on the. I'm sorry, I'm making this make
that's
sense.
worse. No, because it does. I was thinking about that, like, it makes sense, because the whole thing about Shrek is it's not what's on the outside that matters, but the inside.
Yeah.
But I can't. No, I can't do it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your players are
No,
gonna be
it's
on your
good.
ass about this now.
Oh, for sure. The second we're done here, I'm gonna be railed. Like, give us Shrek.
Shrek World, please. We're sorry. I'm
No,
thinking, but then
it's okay. I've had people give meme answers all the time. It's fun.
and you could go to, like, I don't know. I'm just thinking. So Ghost is in their cowboy era at the moment. So maybe the world of Red Dead Redemption. I know it's sort of a bit.
I could
Yeah.
I could do something like, I recommend it, because I've asked Finnegrin,
Yeah.
and he's still filling out his application, but I recommend it to him.
Mhm.
We could always do something like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's.
Um,
Would you include the time travel aspect of it, or would it be the
no,
intrinsic worlds of the past worlds? I suppose.
so I didn't play anything in Assassin's Creed past 4.
Hmm.
So I'm big on the Desmond, going back and reliving your ancestor's life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so for me, that matches with the whole finding your memories, and
Yeah.
memories being a big thing in our game.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would work off of memories for something like that,
Yeah. You could do My Little Pony, and the lesson is friendship is magic.
they've already had plenty of friendship is magic.
But did they ever have it? They could all be pony characters. They could all go to this world, and it's like, hey,
Ugh.
you have two legs. That's so weird. What the fuck?
So I used to babysit my friend's daughter,
Hmm.
and she made me sit through so much My Little Pony. And I hate to say it, but it would be a good world.
Oh
I hate
no.
to say it, but it has been vetoed.
You've been chutty pilled. You've been chutty pilled now. There's no going back. Also, Dark Souls. I mean, that's my favorite game franchise of all time.
I could think of a way to make Dark Souls a thing.
Yeah,
Um,
it's one of those where the thing with that is the moral and the lesson, right? Because Dark Souls as a game is cyclic, so it's always it's this Age of Fire or an Age of Darkness. But I suppose your moral could be, you find strength in difficulty to bring
oh
yourself
yeah,
forward.
strength and difficulty. Humanity is what you make of it.
Yeah. Oh
Because a big
yeah.
thing with the game, uh, is Damie's character and Moss's character have found that they aren't actually fully human, and
Right.
they've been showing traits of heartless and nobodies,
Oh shit.
respectfully, um, or respectively, and so that would be a perfect lesson for like, hey, you know, just because you think that, or just because you're doing this, doesn't make you less human.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bloodborne, yeah. But yeah, it's sort of that sort of thing. Um, I can always find a lesson.
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's a lot of things may not be immoral, but um, I'm sure in many well, I mean there is it's sort of in game modes particularly. There's always something to be taken from it, and then I guess it's just molding that into how that fits within the scope of your sort of larger narrative,
Right.
and what you want. I guess what you would like the players to learn, or what you think would be cool, for the players to learn. Um, but even going to places um, like Stardew Valley, like what was the? I'd love to know if there was a lesson there, if you got to that point, or if it was only a brief visit. What was the idea
So
with
with
that one?
Stardew Valley, I didn't really make the lesson clear. So I was kind of allowing the players to kind of determine what they wanted out of it.
Yeah.
Because they've been through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Uh one of them has died several times, one of them decapitated a clone of themselves.
Hmm.
So their mental health isn't exactly great.
Yeah.
So they went to Stardew Valley to help with that. I mean, they
Was it a
right
beach
before
episode?
this right before Stardew Valley, they had to fake their deaths,
Oh shit, yeah. Okay.
and everyone thought that they died. So there's a bunch of like stress building up. So they needed a place to relax.
Yeah.
Um, and the moral of Stardew was to find any semblance of peace anywhere you can.
Yeah. Like
But
love the little things kind of thing.
yeah, but I also wanted to leave it up to them to kind of come up with their own moral for that world.
Yeah.
I didn't make it exactly clear because in order to keep it sort of video game esque,
Yeah.
right? Uh, every now and then, I won't address the players. I will address the audience,
Okay.
sort of in the same way that you see a cutscene that doesn't involve the main characters in a video game.
Hmm.
Um, and I'll give the moral there, or I'll give like a little bit of a scene that like, hey, this happened. um but for Stardew, I didn't do anything like that.
I see. So you
So
were
I let them experience it how they wanted.
yeah, so it was promoting an organic character self growth almost.
And in these worlds where they can go back
Hmm.
very often, I don't intend to give them the moral right away,
Right.
because if they really want the moral that bad, they got to go back.
Yeah.
And it gives them a little bit more incentive to, hey, I want to go see this world again.
So how easy is that then? Is that something that's easily achievable for the characters to just traverse these worlds?
uh it's some not entirely. like 100% accessible, but there
Mhm.
are times where I'm like, hey, what do you guys want to do? You have months of downtime.
Mhm.
What do you guys want to do? And if they were to tell me as a group, we want to go to this school or we want to go to this world, I will say, okay. And then we will have a few sessions where they go back to this world.
Mhm.
Um, for the most part, they want to do school stuff, but uh, nobody's really gone back to any of the worlds yet. Uh, but there are also times where they don't have access to the worlds because they're already on a mission somewhere else. Or like when they had to fake their deaths and find the person who planted the bomb in their dorm.
Mhm.
Uh, they couldn't exactly, considering they had to pretend to be dead, they couldn't exactly just go wherever they wanted to go.
Yeah.
Um, so it's a very big balance of freedom and sort of railroading the narrative.
Yeah. I see. So Grave says an old DM of his ran them through a similar kind of campaign where they travel to different worlds with different rules, and his favourite is still Talisman, the board game.
Ooh.
We met and ended up fighting the gladiator, who was a playable character, and after one of us attacked him twice, he shouted to stop the battle and asked how they did that, and one of them reacted to say, "Well, I just attacked again." To which he responded, "You've taught me a great lesson," and wandered off and won the game because he could attack
'Cause he
twice.
because then he broke the game sort of. That's cool. That's fun.
Yeah,
That's neat.
yeah, like
And
the
yeah,
yeah.
oh, that's fun.
I wonder how it would react to. So how? What about horror then in
I
the
mean,
TTRPG?
I mean, they're going to security breach.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty awful.
Uh,
And SCP. I mean, the
I
S
could
the world of SCPs could be cool.
I could figure out something for SCP. Because another thing too is some worlds will just negate their ability to do stuff.
Yeah.
Um, for example, in Kingdom Hearts 2, when you
Hmm.
went to the underworld in the Hercules world, unless you had a specific stone, you couldn't use your drive forms
Right.
because it was locking you up because you were weakened. So worlds like that, the interference of the world could affect them to the point where they can't. They could probably draw their keyblades and stuff, but their magic's probably reduced.
Yeah.
Um, those wouldn't be worlds that, like, SCP wouldn't be a world that would have a lesson, but I could figure out how to be like, okay, you guys are coming back home from a mission and crash.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it literally. Yeah. You could literally just
Uh,
say some worlds are just fucking cruel.
yeah.
That's and there's nothing you can really do about it. Just survive.
So, and some of these worlds, and that's another thing too, is behind the scenes, the school is sending out these scouts to
Hmm.
go ahead and find these worlds and scout them out and be like, hey, are these worlds safe? Are they ready? Are they willing?
Yeah.
Like, so there's some worlds out there that aren't safe
No. No.
and the slightest.
No. So is that, are they like worlds? So when a world isn't safe, is that a world that you as a DM would say is off limits, or is that a world that's going to be really difficult to get to and really difficult to be on?
So things like the FNAF security breach,
Hmm.
um, it's definitely going to be a hey, this place isn't safe. We thought it was safe, but now the Heartless are causing the animatronics to murder people.
Yeah.
So it's not safe anymore. Get out.
Yeah. But also getting out
Um,
might be more difficult than
right.
Right.
because they can't just be beamed up. No, they can't always just be beamed up to the ship.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Um, so it or a lot of the time it's the players of can take the route of, and this is where I leave a lot of trust in my players to be like, hey, we need to fix this.
Yeah.
We may not we may not be assigned to fix this, but we kind of caused this, so we should probably fix this.
Right.
And that can happen in some of the horror worlds.
Mm.
Like if for some reason we were to go to SCP, you guys go there and the Heartless follow you and open up and cause a security breach.
Yeah. I see.
So there's different things that I can do to make worlds hostile and unsafe. But for those that are unsafe and not ready to and will never be safe, those are usually ones that I've vetoed already.
Yeah.
Um like the world of Goosebumps, I've thought about it, and then I thought, nah, that's too dangerous. The school says no.
Yeah. Really, there's no safe state for that world, is there?
Right,
Because there's
exactly.
always something crazy going on.
There's no outside forces that's causing it to be unsafe.
Yeah, it just is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where those sort of worlds like the SCP is a little tiptoeing it because they technically are containing the SCPs, but also at the same time, it's very dangerous.
Yeah, it's like a complete. They're like dark zones, aren't they? No one should go. No one should
Right.
be.
These are these are places that unfortunately took too much darkness when they split off from the main world and are just not good.
Yeah, they're lost.
So, and
Yeah,
that happens.
yeah. I think in some way they're worlds that I think particularly with SCP you could I guess create the story, create the scenario, but I think it would be I don't know, maybe it would be quite difficult to make that feel as living because you're containing these SCPs, but when we refer to a world, I I think of scale, and I'm not sure how well that translates in scale.
Mm.
Like, is the entire world a giant, underground? Is everything like an intricate system of mines and containment chambers? Essentially, is that the
So,
entire world?
for like SCP, using it as an example, if I was to make SCP a quote unquote world,
Mhm.
it would be a collection of the different containment sites.
Right. Mm.
Um, Kids Next Door. I'm going to use that one as an example as well. The world itself that they visited was just the moon base. That's it.
Right.
They could technically, I could have written up to where they could go on Earth as well, but when I think what's a good contained area that encompasses Kids Next Door, the moon base was perfect
Yeah.
because I don't want to include a quote unquote Earth
Right.
because then that just adds too much variables,
Yeah, that
right?
it becomes really complicated.
But then there's worlds like for Golden Sun that have their own, like, yes, it's a massive planet-sized world, but it's very unique in its design and setting that I can say, okay, you can have access to this entire world.
Hmm.
You can have access to this entire planet. So it does. The scale is good. A good uh, thought process to have of it definitely varies between world to world.
Yeah.
It just depends on are the variables worth it to make it bigger or not.
Yeah. I see. I'm thinking. I just thought that Infinity Train could be a really cool world where
Ooh,
every
I've
cart is something new.
yeah, that's a very interesting and trying to get off and whatnot. That's a very interesting thought. That would be a very interesting world to have because then
Yeah.
it would just be the train,
Yeah, the
right?
entire world is this. It's seemingly an everlasting, ongoing series of train carts.
Right. And then there's some worlds that are two-parters.
Yeah.
Polar Express
Hmm.
had two different parts. There was the train and uh, the North Pole.
Yeah.
Uh, so it again, it's a scale thing,
Hmm.
and I kind of use I've played the video games enough to where I know the games sort of inside and out.
Yeah.
Um, and I use those as sort of a basis of okay, what can I do for this world? What can I do for that world that would make sense?
Hmm.
So, because in
Yeah.
the video games, you don't really explore the entire planet. You just kind of go in these one specific areas.
Yeah. So yeah. So you kind of you can be kind of pigeonholed in your exploration. Um,
Right.
and then it does feel, to pardon the pun, a bit more like a railroad rather than a world, or a living, breathing ecosystem. But I guess some of these places could just be, land masses floating rather than worlds or planets as such.
Right.
You know.
Now, when they approach the world, it looks similar to how it would in the video game, where it's just this orb that has the uh, standing out portions showing, but when they get closer, it expands.
Yeah.
Um, and that's kind of a magic of cinema sort of scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to suspend some of the disbelief.
And like Moss mentions there, on big worlds, the players temper themselves and create their own barriers.
Yeah.
On Weird, even though they had access to the entire planet, they really only stayed by Matthew's house
Hmm.
and the surrounding area. So like I trust my players to be able to make those decisions as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Uh, it's it's so cool. So Bappo Bean asks, what is one mechanic in the Kingdom Hearts tabletop RPG that you'd love to do more with, if anything?
Oh, Keto. What is one thing I would like to do more with? Well, I'm always working on the combat system.
Hmm.
The original combat system wasn't very streamlined, so we're constantly working on trying to make it a little bit more streamlined.
Hmm.
But one thing I think I would like to work more on is spells and abilities.
Right.
So a big thing is there's three stats for Kingdom Hearts:
Hmm.
body, mind, and heart.
Yeah.
Now, I ask you, which do you think is the magic stat out
Mind,
of body?
to me.
In this, it's heart.
I see.
Mind only works with skills.
Right.
For and skills being stuff like climb, knowledge, perception, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, so mind only works for those things and a few abilities. Uh, so Damie, who my players have very nicely rounded themselves out to
Hmm.
where because I had to put level caps sort of on their body, mind, and heart,
Yeah.
where uh, they can have one that's stronger than the rest. And
Right.
they've balanced themselves out to where they each specialize in something, with Damie's being mind. Well, unfortunately, with Damie's being mind, he he lacks a little bit in the combat department because the
Right.
body has all the physical attacks and the heart has all the spells.
Right. So
and they're able to roll higher damage, but not him. So
right.
I'm trying to work on creating a magic system that makes sense to where if you dip into either heart or mind, you're not struggling.
Hmm.
Because some spells may use heart, some spells may use mind, some spells may use both.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to work on that, and it's a lot
Yeah.
because I have to keep balance in mind.
Well, yeah, exactly. You don't want to make things too over the top, particularly if you go for the idea of, heart and mind are going to be balanced plus bonus. So if you go heart, more damage, but obviously more damage may put
Mhm.
you ahead of the difficulty curve by
Right,
comparison to the other players, and then all of a sudden combat becomes about, hey, how do our characters then do what we can to make sure this character's outputting damage, which can take it away from the other characters and can also make them feel secondary
right.
in the game, yeah. Of
And if I may talk about the system a little bit,
course.
um, it's an exploding dice system.
Right.
So when you roll max on a die, you can roll again and add it to your roll, and it can keep going, going, going. You can roll 20 on a d4,
Hmm.
and you have a higher chance of exploding on a lower die.
Yeah.
You know, the percentage, mathematically, statistically, you should have a higher chance of exploding.
Yeah.
That doesn't exactly mean it's good, though.
No, that's exactly
Um,
right.
so the stats are a little funky. You start at a D4 in each of your stats, and as
Right.
you attribute experience points to them, they go up to a D6, D8, D10, D12, and D20.
Right.
And in order to balance it, because I don't want them to get too strong too quick, uh, they each can have one stat at D10 and the rest at D8s.
Right.
Um, so it does kind of suck for Damie, where even though his D8 can explode better, there's also a chance that he's going to roll low, a higher chance of him rolling lower.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So it's about, I guess, bringing that mindset, leveling that mindset up a little bit. Uh, Not in terms of experience points, but in terms of what it can do, what it's capable of, how it handles in game. But also, I guess, as the DM, providing more opportunity for the player who has taken mind to impress their skills on the game as well.
right.
Um,
It's a balance. It's a balance.
yeah, and obviously that's a really really difficult conundrum to be in.
Mm.
But I guess you just keep trying and tweaking, I imagine.
Every session, it's a tweak,
Yeah, yeah,
but that's the fun of it,
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me about all of this. This was a really interesting conversation. Um,
for sure.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. And I would absolutely adore to be a guest on the show. So before we round off and go to a break, then, I always ask, as of season 2, I call this part
Mm.
the deep cut, where I'm going to ask you a question,
Okay.
and you get to choose what kind of question you want to be asked. So, would you like a personal question, a social question, a technological question, or a philosophical question?
Mm. See, I've been thinking on that for a while because I saw you do this uh for Laurel.
Hmm.
Let's go with personal.
Okay. So, when I talk about a personal question, I just need you to know this isn't going to be like super personal to your life. It's something that the the choice or the answer to the question will be personal to you as an individual.
Mm.
So, you've probably been asked this many times before. Um, I don't know. But let's see. Let me think. If you could have a superpower, let's say any superpower in the world, and this will open the door for conversation because I've had a lot of thought about superpowers and what drawbacks they may have. What superpower would you have, and why?
Hmm. See, I've always kind of flip-flopped between two.
Okay.
Uh, well, technically three. But I would either want to do, I would either want
Mhm.
a superpower similar to the Human Torch,
Okay.
where I can control fire, I can fly with it, all that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
Uh, a reverse of that being Iceman, or something akin to Beast Boy, where I can turn into any animal I want.
Okay. And how much control do you think you would have over this superpower? Do you imagine it sort of comic book level, late generation comic book level where you've mastered the art? How?
I
Yeah.
I would want I would want to well, with the Human Torch one, I don't think I would.
Yeah.
Um, but with the Beast, let's just say Beast Boy. Let's just stick with the Beast Boy. It's what I'm feeling more of being able to turn into any animal. Um, I'd want it to start out with I don't have a whole lot of control. I
Mm.
want to. I would love to take that time to practice and hone and challenge myself to eventually get control over it. But I don't want to start with that. That's boring. I don't want to be perfect at it because what's
Okay.
the fun in that?
So here's where it gets personal then. How do you think that's going to affect your relationships? So I'm talking, you have this superpower in the world you're currently in the life you're currently in, the job you're currently in, the relationships you're currently in. Think about that. So if you acquire this power, and for example, the ice, well, both the Human Torch and the ice, even the beast form, you could very easily hurt the people around you. So how would you control the impacts that could have on your relationships?
I wouldn't. So, in terms of like a secret identity or anything,
Hmm.
I wouldn't Spider Man it. I
Okay.
wouldn't hide it from literally everybody.
Yeah.
Um, I'd, my wife, I would definitely not hide it from,
Hmm.
because I know she would be supportive of it.
Yeah.
Whether and what I do with it, she would be supportive of. Uh, and I know that my, especially with the Beast Boy ability, she would be very supportive and help me, we would do things to assist in my control. Um, as far as friends go, friends and the life around me, uh, if I just had the powers and wasn't some sort of superhero, it definitely would help me get to work.
Yeah. Yeah. It would. Yeah.
Save on gas for that
Yeah.
because I drive 20 miles each way
Hmm.
to get to work, so a
Yeah.
lot of gas. But
The
the
reason.
people who are close to me, I think, would be very supportive of it.
Yeah. So there's a couple of just to I guess further introduce the conversation. So there's a couple of superpowers I've thought about, but then I put a lot of thought into the impact of having those powers. So for example, teleportation. I would get really
Mm.
fat. Because I would just not. You would, well, you wouldn't exercise, would you? It's like, oh, I'm gonna go to the fridge for a drink. And I'm just gonna teleport
Oh,
because it's
right,
so
yeah.
convenient, right? It has. It would probably have nigh on no toll on the body, so you probably just wouldn't. You'd find yourself you wouldn't exercise much. Because why would you? Because that's time. You have more time. But I also
So if I
think,
were
yeah, go on.
sorry. No, no, go for it.
So I, I also think like with the same this ability, the magical ability to teleport, I wonder what impact that would have on my awareness of the world around me as well. Because there's
Mm,
no, what reason do you have to learn the area that you live in, or um, roads, or paths, or if you don't drive, for example, the bus route, things like that, things that are just sort of common human experiences.
right, because you don't want to teleport into a tree.
No. But then how does
Right,
that impact you as a person, not knowing these
right.
things?
And I think that's like with the Beast Boy power. I would definitely become more interested in learning all the different kinds of animals and whatnot. Because we don't. I wouldn't. You know, what if
Hmm.
I don't know how a certain animal works? Well, I turn into it, and now I'm stumbling all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe
Um,
you harm yourself, or you. Because in the Beast Boy role, are we talking a physical change, or will this adapt your? So will you be you turned into an animal, or will that impact your state of mind?
so I believe with the Beast Boy's ability to turn into any animal, you retain your intellect.
Right.
Um, you take on some of the base instincts. Uh, we've seen instances of Beast Boy where he just kind of has some animalistic traits to his personality,
Hmm.
which I believe are affected by his ability to turn into stuff. Um, but it, I I would retain my intellect,
Hmm.
but that also comes with the fact of I don't have those instincts to help me maneuver and act as this animal. I wouldn't have the instinct of how to fly as a bird.
Yeah.
So I have to then go and learn how do birds fly, you know.
Yeah. Which I mean, that could be life threatening to
Right.
you.
I could be, flying up into the sky and then not know that you don't want to fly into a certain kind of updraft and now I'm tumbling to earth.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about it. And just on another power, so one that you tend to see is people's ability to heal themselves.
Mm,
So think about that. Okay, you cut your finger or say you break an arm and you can heal it.
right.
So the process of aging, you can
Right.
heal that as well because the process of aging is things like for example, your skin losing elasticity and things like that because of various things that happen in the body, like cells, hormones, and things don't produce as much as they did before. Well, you can heal that. You can heal disease, but then you find yourself, you're now living forever. Because
Right.
aside from things that would cause immediate death, you could heal everything. So, what's the mental toll on living forever? Because, as you
Oh
see,
man.
for example, let's look at like Captain America. He, obviously, is super powerful, but he skipped years and years with no aging. And, you see everyone around you is getting old, getting sick, and dying, passing on. And you're living in perpetuity as, you know, the version of yourself that you want to be. But then I think, okay, so let's look at depression.
Right.
So if you
Can you
have
cure
depression,
that?
strictly speaking, from a medical perspective, strictly speaking, you can, because it's, can be caused by chemical imbalances in the brain.
Right.
So, not to minimize people who have these, who have any illnesses, but uh, so then cure your you can cure your depression that was brought on by living forever. That's brought on by the fact that you don't age, because you can continually heal yourself.
So
So,
does that
what happens
does
to
do
you?
you even care at
Yeah,
that point?
yeah. What
Yeah,
happens to you as a human?
I think you lose your humanity if you choose to heal your, because if you choose to heal your depression and choose to heal those negative emotions that you feel, you lose who you are as a human. You're no longer a human,
Yeah,
because being a human is being able to feel those things,
yeah. It's like,
and
yeah,
you don't feel them anymore. Are you actually a human at that point?
yeah. Even though you've always been you. You always will be you. But all of a sudden, you're now missing something, because
Mhm.
it's something that humanity and conscientiousness, being conscious of the world around you, being compassionate for the people around you, these things aren't conditions.
Right.
We're not chemically, as far as I'm aware, it's not a chemical that makes someone a decent person.
No,
It's,
it's your experiences and your
yeah,
attitude.
yeah, it's the environmental impact on your thoughts and feelings. And you
I'm
you can't
glad
heal that.
we're talking about this, because I was debating between a personal and a philosophical question, you know.
Hmm. Well, I
But
can
like,
hit you with a philosophical question after if you want. I got a list of
oh,
255, baby.
I love philosophical questions, but like that's what makes you human, is that little time on Earth and
Yeah.
experiencing it in the way that you want to. That's what makes you human.
Yeah, it's missing, it's missing things, it's missing people, it's loving people, it's sharing an experience, positive or negative, making a mistake, making multiple
What
mistakes.
what's the point of feeling happy if you can't feel sad to compare it?
Yeah. Well, exactly. And this is the thing. You can't just make yourself happy either, because being happy is a release of dopamine. Not having
Hmm.
dopamine, or not having those releases of dopamine, doesn't mean you're sick or unwell or an imbalance. It's just you're not getting that release of dopamine.
Right. And if you're constantly feeling happy, at some point your body won't recognize that dopamine anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It might start where, if you do get it, it's will be really intense. But then I think apathy will take over eventually. And yeah, before you know it, like, just off the back
Build up
of
that tolerance.
yeah, just off the back of a simple, well, not simple, but just off the back of a suit, the ability to be able to heal your own wounds, you're suddenly more wounded than you could ever be and not be able to heal it.
Right.
It's fucking wild. Yeah, but yeah, all of this is why I call that a personal question, because I think many of maybe the more common answers to, if you could have a superpower, all come with um, either a practical or a moral dilemma,
Oh yeah.
and it's how you deal with that and what you do afterwards. That's what that's the interesting part for me, because I can say, oh, I would love to, like, have the ability to be super strong. Okay, I'm super strong. I can lift cars, but
What do you
now,
do about it?
yeah, but now all of a sudden the government is wanting to run tests on me, and I'm a guinea pig.
Yeah.
Um, or I'm a war machine, and I don't have a choice, because this could be, it could be either held over me, or it could be that you're bought. Basically, you have this lifestyle, and that lifestyle can be very easily taken away from you, which will mean other people are made unhappy, and that's the cost of this superpower. But that's the whole with power comes great responsibility angle. But in the same token,
Right. I was just
yeah,
about to say, like, superhero, if you take the superhero route, you almost need an Uncle Ben,
yeah,
because you need that understanding that what you have now has responsibilities and consequences.
yeah,
You know, you burn your hand, you go to touch the stove and you burn your hand. Now you've learned, don't touch the stove while it's on.
yeah,
Like, you have to have that understanding. Either you've got to understand that what you do has consequences, or find it out the hard way that it has consequences.
yeah,
And it's very important. And I think that's where, you can't just go hog wild, because now you're being captured by the military and being experimented on, like you said.
yeah.
So
Yeah, it's fucking wild. But you
it's a
can just be the
great.
Human Torch. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll just be the human. I'll just fly away. It's fine.
Yeah, but that's
But no,
the other.
I think I love that question.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of thinking about flying now. I think I'd be in the same situation as with like teleportation. I would fly everywhere.
Well,
Um,
I think the nice thing about the Human Torch and Beast Boy is, because of how their powers work, they burn through that fat.
yeah,
They've got to eat, like the Flash. The Flash has such a expedited metabolism that
hmm,
he has to consume 10 times the normal person.
yeah,
He has to consume 20,000 calories a day to
hmm,
keep up. So, um, you know, uh, those kind of powers, if they that's where I think Beast Boy and Human Torch, they also consume a large amount of calories, so it might help burn all that fat off.
yeah,
Because we've seen instances in comics and cartoons where Beast Boy has turned into his animals to exercise.
yeah,
So I think that plays into it.
yeah. Okay. Well, um let's get a bit introspective
Okay.
with a philosophical question then.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Does the vastness of space impact the way that you perceive yourself?
Oh, I love that. I love this question. I have thought about this question a lot of times. Yes and no.
Hmm. Okay.
I I understand that I am a speck in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And what I do may impact the things around me, but in the vast majority of space, what I do is negligible at best. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not I'm not big enough to impact anything that's happening past even Earth. However, there is still also one of me.
Yeah.
And so I'm still treat myself, because I am still an individual um who exists in this time of space. I may be 0.0000000 millions of zeros 1% of the vastness of the universe, but I still am. I still am.
Yeah.
And that's what's important.
Well, more importantly then to that, the so on the grand scale of things, we are just a game of The Sims, essentially, to
Mm.
some higher celestial power, whether that's the power of science, which irrelevant. But
Right, right.
here's the thing, though: no matter how small we feel, and I've mentioned this before, the foremost chemically active components in the universe are hydrogen, helium, carbon, and oxygen.
Mhm.
What do you think the foremost chemically active components of being a human are? They're exactly the
Oh,
same.
yeah.
So the same things that make up this vast, um, you know, ongoing. I know people say the edge of space. Well, there is no edge of space. It's an abyss of nothingness. But there is nothing and everything in that at the same time. But then you look at you, who another thing to say, you who is in the 0.20 million 01% of people, because what am I gonna say? So basically, like a very 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 low percentage, and I'm talking like 0.2001% of people who ever will be born have been born.
Right.
So, though you're a tiny speck on the vastness of space, like you can take in the fact that you're made of everything that the universe is made from. The exact same things.
Worlds have lived and died. Universes have expanded and contracted, and stars have exploded, all for you to be here today.
Exactly. And that is fucking wild. And the rarity of the rarity of the rarity of the chance that you could have ever even been conceived, never mind been born. Yet you're here. We're here. We're sat here now. Is makes our existence so unbelievably improbable that we can't just be a small part of the world now. But we're not a
No.
small part of the universe. We're a huge part of the universe. Like maybe not as an individual. It doesn't feel like it because space is giant and we're a tiny speck on the universe. But we're so chemically relevant. We're so scientifically relevant to everything that is around us and will probably ever be around us. And this is how I think about it. Because I'm like, yeah, okay, we have things, global warming, all these different things going on around us, but the way I think about it is, though we're a tiny speck on the universe, because we're made up of these same elements, the same things that make the universe, I'm kind of like, well, we are an active and perhaps even necessary component of the universe as we know it.
Right.
And what we're necessary for, and I'm not gonna go into, higher power, have you heard the good news sort of thing, but I think we must be in some way necessary for a balance, a scientific balance in the universe. But then
Oh
also, I
yeah.
think there's no fucking way, like, that we're the only people out here. Like, there's no way this planet where we are the only. And I'm not gonna
Oh
say
no,
there's
no,
little
I
green
agree.
spacemen. But if we're made up of the foremost chemically active components in the universe, then
Who's to say there isn't?
yeah,
Others.
yeah,
It is statistically impossible that we are the only things out there. We've already found, as a human race, we've already found just in the Milky Way galaxy, what little we've explored of the Milky Way galaxy, 3 other planets that can support life.
we found water on the fucking moon, dude.
Yeah, we found water on Mars, we found water on the moon. It's so possible that there are other living things out there. It's impossible that there isn't.
Yeah, and
It's statistically impossible.
whilst they might not be human as we know human, because obviously we look the way we do and act the way we do because of our environment and evolution over time. So,
Right.
at one point we might have had, 6 arms and wings and a tail. but we don't need that anymore, so we don't have it. But it just seems so outside of the realm of sort of. It doesn't seem like something that is in any way impossible that this same life existence made up of the same chemicals doesn't exist anywhere else in whatever form that's going to be. I don't think it's little green space people. I'd love it to be little green spacemen, but I don't think it
Right?
is. Um, yeah,
The way the math works, with just how it all works and everything, there is no way that we that there's no way there isn't another podcast out there and on whatever planet far, far away talking about the same thing that we're talking right now.
yeah, yeah,
It's impossible that that can't exist.
yeah,
And it's so wild to think of. Space is scary, but it's so interesting.
yeah. I mean, so when else? I know Grave says if we all die tomorrow, suddenly all the people that will ever be born have been born. Does time stop?
Right. Like we don't know.
No, because
And that's kind of the wonder of it all.
yeah, I mean, ultimately, the Earth still spins. The Earth still spins on its axis. You still have the day. You'll still have day. You'll still have night. As we know them now as day and night. But when there's no human life left, or when there's no life at all, so take away animals and insects and everything else, is there still time, or is time eradicated because that's a concept for humans? But
Time
yeah,
and
go on.
this is where time space becomes a thing and
Mhm.
physics becomes a thing because light speed isn't a measure of distance, it's a measure of time.
It's measured for time. Yeah, yeah.
And time as we know it may no longer exist, but time itself, I feel, still would exist because it's measurable, but it's measurable in different instances.
So
It's not a constant.
so does it? So is time eternal? Did it start and will it end?
I think so. I think it is eternal and as necessary to the universe as gravity is,
Huh.
and as uh, what's the term? Trying to think of it's as constant
Mm.
as gravity, as matter
Mm.
and light and waves. The basis of things that happen because of other things happening. I think time is sort of the same way,
Mm.
but it is again relative to us. The world started millions upon millions upon millions of years ago.
Yeah.
Well, not you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But to another planet, like say another planet that lives far from us, that rotates slower and um, time moves differently for them. Our planet started yesterday.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's wild to think, but time is eternal and constant and constantly changing.
Yeah. And it's yeah, it's insane. And I mean, so Grave says if no more events take place anywhere in the universe, then that sounds like the end of time for me. Now, okay, so I have a thing about that. I think nothing is impossible. And what I mean by that is I don't mean it's oh you can do anything if you put your mind to it. I think it is impossible to have nothing. because there's
Right.
always something, whether that is the atoms in a chemical or a chemical atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons floating around somewhere. The the chemical compounds that make up air, oxygen, or in space where it's a vacuum. Yeah, you have no sound, you have nothing to reflect light off, but there is still something there. So you have stars, balls of gas out there in the sky. Okay, so all the stars stop. Then you have the rocks floating around.
Right.
Um, there's no atmosphere for them to burn up into. So is there ever truly nothing? I don't. I've thought extensively about this on my own, and I just I can't wrap my head around it. Like, because
I
even
don't
as a
know if
human,
you.
sorry, go on.
No. Sorry.
I was gonna say, even as a human, you can't really do nothing because if you're just kind of say you're just kind of chilling, you're not performing an activity, but you're never doing nothing because
You're still breathing.
you're breathing, you're thinking.
You're thinking.
Hmm.
Your cells are constantly dying and regrowing and multiplying.
Yeah. So it's one of those, and I mean this is like 3 a.m. stoner talk, but like
Oh yeah.
yeah, but I just find these things so interesting. I like hearing other perspectives, and yes, it is a long way from tabletop RPGs, but
Oh
it is
yeah.
still.
Oh yeah. Uh, my last little bit on this then is, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie or the TV show for young Sheldon from
Uh,
The Big Bang
I
Theory.
haven't watched that yet. No, I do. It is on
I
the list.
I haven't, but I saw this clip where he was kind of having a mental breakdown about the existence or lack thereof of zero, because zero can't exist. And
Mm.
he was talking to one of his scientist colleagues, and he used an example of, if I hand you an empty box, what's in it? And the colleague said nothing. And he said, well, no, it's not nothing, because there's still air molecules in it.
Yeah.
So there can't be nothing. Nothing can't exist because there always is something. Zero being nothing can't exist, because just because you subtracted one from one, that doesn't mean that there's nothing there. Because now nothing can't exist.
Yeah.
You can't take some, and that's where Newton's law, or I don't, I almost said the wrong thing, but that's where the law of matter cannot be created nor destroyed,
Yeah.
just transferred.
Yeah.
And looping back to, we're just all stardust, because we are just stardust that is constantly being recycled.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Um,
That's.
so it's things still happen. There is no nothing. And so I don't think, even if you took away all life as we know it from the universe, nothing isn't happening.
Yeah. It's yeah. There is always something happening.
And
And
I like to think that.
yeah. But then that also makes me feel like an intrinsic moving part of the universe. Just to while it back to that, um, the original question of does the vastness of space impact your perception of yourself? It's like, well, we're a moving part just as much as air molecules, just as much as, gravity on
Sun,
Earth or the
right?
sun. Yeah, the rotation of the Earth on its axis, or the rotation of the entire solar system on its axis.
I
And
exist just as much as the universe.
exactly, and you're made up of the same thing.
Right.
So, while in a social sense, we're a very small part of a large mech, essentially. Uh, we're actually as big as we're as big as the universe in our own space. It's yeah, it's anywhere. On that
Yeah,
note,
we're
on that bombshell, before I start asking you if water's wet,
yeah.
I think we take a song break now and we'll go into some games. So
Yeah.
everyone, take 5, get a drink. Try not to think about it too much, and
Yeah.
we will catch you guys pretty soon. See ya. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. Hope you got to stretch your legs. I hope you enjoyed the Jazzy Night by Miki Matsubara. I decided, and I have to apologize to you, but I'm in my Japanese city pop era currently, and
Dude,
I listen to everything, but yeah,
I love that stuff. So you're good.
that's why I opened the stream up with a Cruel Angels thesis because I'm like, yeah, why not? Fuck it, why not? So everyone,
No.
segment 2, new segment. It's game show.
Yo.
And as always, the first of the game shows, sentences. Now, we had a bit of a chat on the break just to fill us, I guess, a bit of a refresh on the games. But for anyone who hasn't heard it, sentences is both myself and Burr will take turns saying one word each to form a sentence. If we hesitate or our word doesn't make sense, or we say multiple words or do anything that doesn't follow the sentence, we lose. There's no end goal. We just do this because it's funny, and sometimes the sentences we produce are funny, I guess. So here we go. Burr, you're the guest. Would you like to start your first word?
Sure. Today
I
went
to.
the mall. Oh, I
That's
already messed up.
that's 2 words. That's two
Yeah.
words. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's the first one. We'll
Okay.
say.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say my word was mall. There you go.
Okay.
I'll give you that one.
To
Purchase
some
animals.
I
Finally,
found
the
snake.
that
I
had
wanted
to
gift.
Fuck, I can't say the same word twice. Fuck. Ah. That was gonna be such a good sentence. I had the feeling. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Oh well.
That was
This is where
good.
the games go. New
Yeah,
sentence.
yeah. Yeah, new
Um.
sentence.
Let's see. Where do we start? Although
She
didn't
tell
anyone
about
the
scandal
her
mother.
found
No, let me put it down.
Oh, getting yelled at. Hang on.
that's okay. Her mother
Found
found
in
her
bedroom
a
hairpin
decorated
with
beautiful.
flowers
Additionally,
written
on
her
notebook. Notebook is one word, right? Because it's an item.
yeah yeah
Notebook.
was
Her
boyfriend's
telephone
and
fax
numbers
which
went
perfectly
along
with
her
boyfriend's
dad's
photograph.
Oh, I can't.
I
I can't think of anything.
I fucked it.
We were going so far off the deep end.
I know. Well, no one said it had to make sense. It just had to
Oh
add up.
yeah.
But we can. I guess at that case where it ends with photograph, I guess you could also. I guess you'd start up a new sentence following the theme. I suppose.
Sure. Also, if I can, real quick.
Of course.
Hi, mom.
Hi, mom. Wait, what, mom?
Magpie Grits.
Oh, Bear's
It's my,
mom's here.
it's my mother.
Hi, Bear's mom.
Yep.
Thank you for birthing such a wonderful human.
Haha.
You achieved. You won. Victory achieved. Are you the youngest in your family, or do you have brothers?
I'm
and
actually the
sisters?
oldest.
You're the oldest. Okay, so I'm the youngest in my family, and I was gonna say my mom stopped when she achieved perfection with me. Sadly, I can't say the same for you. But that's a playground insult, so let's
It's
let's
okay.
hold pause on that one.
They thought that they could try again with my perfection, but unfortunately, it fell short with 2 and 3.
Yeah, you were the alpha child, and
Mhm.
that's how it will remain. Add a challenge by having to include specific words: butter, university, or asparagus. That is such a good idea.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, chat. Give us a word, and we will have to theme a sentence around your word. We already have three.
I like butter, university, and asparagus. I can already think of a good sentence for that.
Okay, let's go. Butter, university, and asparagus is the challenge. Let's go.
I like that idea. Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
You missed out.
Okay. Trying to think of how to start us in this. Okay. Starting
With
there
ingredients
of
Sorry, it took me a second to wrap my head around that.
no, you're good.
Ingredients of European
Grown
produce.
the
Chef
demonstrated
excellence. Thank you for the follow, Bisa. Welcome in.
preparing
Asparagus,
with
butter,
pepper
garlic,
and
vinaigrette.
the
Dish
inspired
the
students
within
the
university
competitive
culinary
students.
Wait, did we just fuck up? The students within the competitive culinary students.
The university competitive culinary students.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I missed the word off there. That's
No,
completely
you're
on
good.
me. Fuck me, this is
No,
hard.
you're good. You're good.
Okay, within the competitive culinary students classroom.
Say it, classroom. Okay. The
Chef
took
a
spatula
for
flipping
his
oh fuck. No, I can't think. Oh,
no way, no way. Well, at least we got the 3 words. At least
yeah,
we
we
got
got
the
the
3
3
words.
words. That was good. That was good. That was good.
Well, Mama Burr has given us blanket Delian minute, so I think we could do
Oh,
it. Or, is that
jeez.
minute or minute?
I think minute.
Okay, minute. Okay. I will begin.
Mm-hmm.
The
Butcher
sold
me
various
meats
as well
as
other
deli
produce
wrapped
in
blankets
as
quick
as oh fuck. We were going in
I'll give you-
separate
I'll go-
directions with that one.
oh yeah, no. I'll give that to you because there really isn't a whole things you can follow up with as with or follow up with that.
Yeah.
You can't really follow quickly up other than as. So we'll keep going.
Okay.
Quickly as he
Could
only
for
a
minute
did
he
hesitate
creating
this
product
confusing
this
customer
who
only
if
did you say if?
yeah
Okay. They
happened
upon
the
butcher
and
deli
which
hidden
underneath
the
counter
of
the
store
was
a
safe
black
counter. Sorry, my brain has just kind of gone into
yeah
loop.
we're I think at some point we can close the sentence and say that we successfully did it.
Okay,
Like,
I'm gonna say
that
we
was-
won because it's my show.
yeah, we won.
Okay.
Let's go. High five. Digital high
Big
five.
five, yeah. Big fives. All right, next game is Playground Insults.
Oh man.
So if you haven't heard this before, both myself and Burr will take turns, one after the other, coming up with a mundane playground insult until one of them laughs. You guys in the chat are more than welcome to try and distract us with your own insults. Remember, keep them fun, keep them friendly. Swearing is allowed, but going out your way to offend someone is not. They do have to still be silly. They do have to still be fun. So,
Are these just throwing out random insults at the aether or at an invisible person or?
no, at each other. We have to insult each
Okay,
other
cool.
until one of us
Cool.
laughs. So, would you like to begin, Bo?
Oh. Sure, I'll start. Your hair looks like it got dunked in grape Kool-Aid.
You smell terrible.
Your mom packs you store brand peanut butter.
Your mom doesn't pack you anything.
You look like you were taking second grade in fourth.
I bet you have really bad toe cheese.
I bet you wish. Oh, wait, that's a little too much. Hang on. That would have been, that was a little.
Nothing's too much. Nothing's too much. Don't even worry about it. In
Oh,
fact,
okay,
I will.
fine.
I will give you
I
money
wi-
if you can offend me.
I bet you wish you could taste it.
I would not like to taste it. No one would like to taste it. Ever.
I bet you thought that a brick built house was talking about Legos.
You have a stupid face.
At least I know what stupid means.
Nice comeback. But
Yeah? Yes?
you have really bad body odor.
At least I don't eat my deodorant.
Come on, man. It's leather and cookies. Hmm. It's really hard to concentrate with your mom throwing insults at me. That's not even an insult. That's an
Oh,
observation.
my mother is ruthless.
I love it.
Oh, it's
Excellent.
great.
What a vibe.
Never play Cards Against Humanity against her.
Oh god.
You'll lose every time.
Yeah, I think my mom's also a sleeper agent in that sense. Okay. Anyway, back to not liking you for this game.
Oh, yeah.
I made you laugh.
Oh, you laugh too.
Okay.
We're going with that. Okay.
I'll let that
Okay.
one slide.
Ooh, back into it.
Ooh. Your character wears a stupid hat. And I hate it.
At least I know how to put on clothes.
I'm not ashamed of my tiny penis. Unlike you. Yes, I really just said that on Twitch.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh,
You stuck.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Hmm. Wow, it's really hard to be mean.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Uh,
As I said, don't worry about offending or upsetting me, as long as nothing's inherently offensive, which,
okay.
pardon me. I guess it is subjective, though.
At least I know the difference between a bee and a lion.
You need to understand the origin story of my name before you
Yeah,
comment on
I
it.
kind of do. Yeah.
Okay, let me education lesson. So Chattybee comes from full name Chutbeaks, which is butt cheeks, but the letters reversed. There you go. Magic
Okay.
spoiled. Magic
I like
spoiled.
that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good name.
But we
Anyway,
just stick with my real name, which is Chutney Beaks and the Ford Esquire. Okay. You have all the grace and decorum of a reverse and dumper truck with no wheels.
you look like the bully was too depressed looking at you to bully you.
Your face reminds me of the chef who made asparagus with butter and garlic.
It's actually very good. Have you never tried that?
Yes, I have. It's really good.
It's really good.
It is. It's so good.
You're the kind of person who thinks burnt bacon is good.
Well, that may be the case, but you're the kind of person who eats steak well done.
At least I can afford steak.
Fuck. You're right. Hmm. You look easy to draw.
At least I look realistic.
I dream that one day you'll have something impressive to say to me.
You dream of the day that I care enough to say something to you.
God, I'm fucking terrible at this.
Oh, Yeah.
Oh, it's a juxtaposition between trying to think of an insult that's funny and also trying not to laugh at how stupid everything we're saying is.
Right. Right.
It's so fucking tough.
Also, it doesn't help that my mom is spitting fire, dude.
No, it doesn't. It really fucking doesn't. um, at least we drive on the correct side of the road.
Whoa. At least we know what a biscuit really is.
Right, say whatever you want about me, but leave my biscuits out of this. You fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no, no. Oh, okay, one more. Fuck, I'm so bad at this. See, I don't even know if you're Canadian, right? Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American.
I feel so sorry for you.
Yeah, me too.
But you're American.
That's a pretty good insult. You're pretty well acquainted with those biscuits, aren't you?
It's part of my
You kinda
cute
tell.
rotund appeal.
You know what? That's fair. I'm a big polar bear. I get it.
Hey, there's not enough love for the thick boys.
Yeah, thick boys for the win.
Yeah, there needs to be more love for the
Oh,
thick boys. Okay,
yeah.
right. Let's flip this round.
Wow. That's...
It's compliment time.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so you have incredible eyebrows that complement a full face.
You really fit in your suit well for your wedding.
You look very handsome, and I would certainly put fingers in the booty.
Ah, no! No! Stop it!
Saying these things because your mom's here makes it funnier. Just saying.
My mom's heard worse, dude. My mom's heard worse.
Wait, is that
Oh,
TOS? Did I just... Oh, well, never mind.
what?
Look. Was that TOS? I don't know.
I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know.
we're walking lines,
Um,
we're breaking barriers. That's what we do here.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, you look like it would be fun to run my hands through your hair. Like, it'd be very pleasing.
You provide me with serotonin, which is really good for my crippling depression. It's not that crippling, but
Being invited to this podcast was one of the most exciting things to happen to me this entire month, or the past few months.
that's very kind. Okay. Your name is Burr, it's called, and I would give you my jacket. Always. Not the smooth jazz in the background, yes. We always have to...
Dee-dee-dee. I would share pocket pizza with you. That's a story. No, I can't.
Oh god, yeah. Are we revisiting? Is there a story to tell?
When the gang went to the Kingdom Hearts or the Kids Next Door world for the Kingdom Hearts game, there was a farm that just had a bunch of junk food on plants,
Yeah.
and Beast's character stuffed pizza into their pocket. So pocket pizza has kind of like become a running
thing.
joke.
Nice. Nice. I like that. Okay. Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. Heck yeah.
Okay, for those who haven't heard this game before, pretty simple. I'm just going to ask you 10 questions that you have to answer them all completely incorrectly.
Heck yeah.
And just to disorient you, once you've done that, I'm going to ask you 5 questions that you have to answer correctly. So,
Okay.
enjoy that one. Okay. What colour is a banana?
Toast.
What colour is the sky?
Vanilla?
How many wheels do cars have?
11D.
Ooh, you're good at this. What does a king or queen wear on the head?
Bananas.
What country do you live in?
Chattybee.
You live in me.
You wish, pretty boy.
What's your name?
27.
What's my name?
Nevada.
How old are you?
Ramen.
What do you put in a toaster?
Screwdriver.
Oh, okay. What color is Pepsi?
Grape.
Okay, answer these questions correctly.
Okay.
What do you get from a cow?
Milk.
What do you put in a toaster?
Toast.
Wrong. Wrong answer, Burr. You don't put toast in a
Actually,
toaster. You get toast out
you
of a
put bread-
toaster.
Well, actually, I'm going to technically here.
Oh no, not an actually.
I double toast my stuff. So I found that if I put it in the air fryer first and then put it in my toaster, it toasts better. I don't know why. It just does.
That's because it's fried. You're so fucking American. You even fry your toast. Sorry.
Look, I don't understand why putting it in the air fryer first like gives it the crust that I want without burning it, and then the toaster like cooks it the rest of the way. I don't know.
Listen, okay. This game's pretty much over, but
Yeah.
I gotta say, when I want toast, I'm normally exhausted. I don't know how you pull out the air fryer. That is a process.
Oh, I make toast for breakfast, so like I'm already making a bunch of stuff, so I just kind of do it in the middle of making my eggs and sausage and stuff.
I see. So, here's a question then. Just a quick one and we'll move on.
Uh-huh.
Do the numbers on the side of the toaster mean minutes or degree of toastiness?
It actually depends on the toaster. Like, it's not consistent.
No, and that pisses me off because it's like,
It really does.
but sometimes I like maybe a 3 or a 4 on my toast, but then sometimes it's just warm bread.
Right. It's so weird. It is absolutely weird. And you kind of can't tell on the first couple of tries. Like, you got to break it in order to figure it out.
Yeah, but then if you cook, like, say you put your first pieces of bread in and you're going to make 4 slices, you put them in on number 3 and they come out, but then the new bread that you put in, because the toaster's already hot, it gets more toasted.
Yeah, because it doesn't need the time to warm up. So even then it becomes like super weird. Bro,
Yeah.
toasters are weird.
Yeah, they fucking are. I hate them so
That's
much.
that's another reason why I like to do the air fryer, because it's technically toasting them, you know? It's giving them that crunch.
It is, but
Because it's more like using an oven.
yeah. I mean, it is. Yeah, it's kind of like it's putting it under the grill kind of thing. But like, I really want one of those hotel toasters. Have you ever seen them? They're like printers. You put the bread in the top, and then it just comes out as
Yeah.
toast. I need one of those in
Yeah.
my life. Give me a
Dude,
toast printer.
I just saw an ad for a toast on TikTok, or a toaster that can turn on its side and become an oven,
What the fuck?
like a toaster oven. Yeah, yeah,
That's like the perfect product.
right.
That's
It
insane.
was so cool.
Yeah, but give me a toast printer. That's all. I'm all for the toast printer, honestly. And get me a
I just,
toaster that can butter the toast for me.
dude, yes.
Or like just have it like a printer, but then when the bread comes out, just have like buttered bristles. So it gets a smattering of butter as it comes out.
Yeah, just like, okay, put the knob of butter in here and it's gonna melt and go onto the bristles.
Yeah. And then
That's so smart.
yeah, and it makes a nice a butter bristled piece of toast. And it will be
Chetty,
delicious.
we need to find an engineer to
Yeah.
make this for us.
We need to go on Shark Tank.
Yeah.
This is honestly, this is a toaster, but it's life changing.
That's the name of the product of this is a toaster, but it's life changing.
Exactly. It's the greatest toaster that ever toasted. Anyway, final segment. Moving swiftly on. The final segment. It's time for Why Though. So in the segment of Why Though, I asked the guest and I myself will look through the Am I the Asshole subreddit as well as the Today I Fucked Up subreddit, pick up a couple of posts that we quite like, and we'll read them and discuss them. There may be a few less posts this week, just on account of we've had a lot of conversation and we're already pushing time, but let's go for it anyway. Burr, if you'd like to read your first Am I the Asshole post, starting with the title.
Okay.
I'm ready to listen.
Which one to do first? Let's do this one. This one's a little bit spicy, and
Oh,
it's
I
a
like
little
spicy
shorter.
one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I read them a little bit beforehand, saw the comments to get like a good idea if it's good or not. So am I the asshole for tattling on how my cousin died?
Interesting. Go on.
Yeah. So my grandmother has always gushed over my cousin, M, 23. He had a troubled life, starting doing drugs in middle school.
Mhm.
He lived with my grandmother after he did jail time twice in his short life.
Whoa, 1 second. Sorry. Lacta's just raided me with 21. Thank you so much for the raid, Lacta. Hello. Welcome in.
Welcome in,
Thank you so much
Raiders.
for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. Lacta, I hope you had a good stream. We were just starting off the final segment of the show, which is why, though. So, yes, sorry for interrupting, but thank you very much, Lecter. I hope you had a great
No,
time.
you're good. You're good. Excuse me. Sorry, choking on So, where were we? He lived with my grandmother after he did jail time twice in his short life.
Mhm.
My grandmother acted like he was just a misunderstood boy, and he was just too smart for his own mind. I feel like she enabled him to death. At the funeral, she was telling a family member he always had health problems and Mel died of a heart attack, acting like it was some tragic accident that a young man died and the hospital was incompetent or something. I interrupted my grandma and said Mel died from meth laced with fentanyl. He was dead before he made it to the hospital, and Mel is not some sort of tragic hero. My grandma called me a nasty little tattletale and to stop airing the family's dirty laundry. Mel was a good boy, just troubled. I was asked to leave with my parents, and my grandmother and Mel's mom said I was a horrible kid. bad-mouthing me to my parents. My dad added fuel to the fire, saying, at least I won't ever have to look at my kid in a casket from dying from an overdose.
What the fuck?
Oh, my grandma has been crying on the phone to my mom about how horrible we all are, and the other family members think it's unnecessary for us to point out Mel's death, and we could have tried to soothe my grandma in her grief. I think everyone is in this scenario. Personally,
So, did they point this out at the funeral?
yeah, they did this at the funeral.
Assholes.
Yeah.
Unnecessary.
Now, it was unnecessary to say it then. I
Yeah.
definitely think so. They're in the right, but they're also an asshole about this.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, I think in a way, okay, so grandma's trying to preserve the memory. And obviously that's what killed him was the drugs. But
Right.
yeah, I think to point that out at a wedding is
Your
it's
funeral?
despicable. Yeah, sorry, the death
No,
wedding.
you're
Sorry, to point it out at a funeral is despicable behavior. That's horrific.
See, the thing is, like, it's one thing if, because, like, yeah, he shouldn't have pointed it out there. I 100% agree he shouldn't have pointed it out there. But I think the grandma should have gotten the hint that it's not the time to make this kid out to be a hero for overdosing, you know?
Yeah, because there is that element of a lesson to be learned
Right.
potentially. You know, through addiction and such like. But I think okay, so I think I'm just in disbelief that people could act that way in the first instance. But and
Right.
I really shouldn't be because humanity is awful. It just is. But I think I think grandma kind of less so, but I think yeah, I think I would agree that they're all assholes in that situation. Mainly popping up and saying, "Oh, wait, he didn't die because of that. He died because he was a fucking drug user and abused drugs, and the drugs killed him." That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely was not the time to do it. And it sounds like there's a lot of underlying drama there too, with the dad like tapping in as well and saying that about at least I don't have to look at my kid in the casket. Like that.
That's awful as well.
Yeah, that added just fuel to the flames, man. Like that's bad.
Yeah.
If anything, the dad's the asshole.
Yeah, I just can't. It's hard to wrap your head around something like that. So if that happened to me, or I was in that situation, I heard that, I would probably sort of think to myself, well, that's not true. But I think a funeral is the last place you want to potentially cause any sort of drama. Um, but these things do tend to be strangely, and this might be related to the human condition. You do tend to find out who people really are at or just after the death of a family member. And what I mean is, like, in my experience, when people who I know have lost people, like, the family tends to be on them like vultures around a fucking corpse. Like, because then it becomes about what can we get from this? Is there financial gain? Is there opportunity? And then I think in the grief, people often can be the most candid as well and honest. But yeah, I think to go to the extreme of pointing that out at a funeral is way too far. That's maybe mention it weeks later and say, hey, like why did you tell why did you tell
Yeah,
this person that was the death?
if the grandma's still toting it like months down the line, then say like, look, you're living in denial at this point. He was a druggie.
Mm-hmm.
He died as a druggie.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying that. But like in mourning, no. Don't do that. It definitely feels like there's some underlying drama there, dude. Whew.
Yeah. Oh,
Spicy.
definitely. Yeah. Oh, that is a spicy one. Okay, here we go. Am I the asshole for bringing up someone lying on Tinder? I, 28 male, matched with someone, 26 female, on Tinder. They looked quite athletic, were quite pretty, and we got along really well. When we decided to meet up, she looked a lot different to the person on her Tinder profile. While it was clearly the same person, she was a lot more overweight in person. On her profile, she claimed she valued fitness and played a bunch of sports. I go to the gym and take fitness very seriously, so having someone else who's into it is very important for me. Thank you so much for the stretch, the posture check, and the hydrate. Make sure you get a drink and a stretch there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So having someone else who's into that too is very important to me. I didn't mention it, and the night went really well. She was nice to talk to, and we did get on well. But when I was heading off, she said we should meet up again. I then told her that she was nice, but I was looking for someone more into fitness. She immediately got mad and said I shouldn't have gone out with her if I wasn't ever going to form a relationship with her. I then told her that I thought she was athletic from her profile picture, but she said those photos were a few years old, and she called me an asshole. So am I the asshole? It's a pretty short one, pretty condensed. First of all, if you use old pictures on a dating website, is that catfishing?
Yeah, that's where I'm a little hesitant on, because I want to call him the asshole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe she is into fitness and just hasn't been able to go recently and put on a little bit of pounds, you know. But you can't judge somebody's body type by if they're fit or not, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you definitely you got to put in the profile or something that, hey, these pics are old, right? Because then that is lying.
Yeah.
I think everyone's the asshole here personally. She lied, yes, but he could have taken it and been like, hey, you mentioned that you were really into fitness. Do you want to start picking it back up again?
Yeah, I mean, they had. He self admits she was nice to talk to and they got on well. So, obviously, he valued the idea of having a gym partner, and that's kind of what he was looking for. But in the same token, I mean, it's his. So I get it's his preference.
Right.
Like he's looking for someone who's into the gym. But as you correctly point out, she has been there before. Maybe for, I mean, she may have stopped going to the gym for any number of reasons. You
Could have
know,
been
maybe
health.
she was, yeah, maybe it was health. Maybe she was assaulted in a gym. You know, maybe she was in some financial trouble and just couldn't afford it anymore. Like, there's a lot of different things that could be going on there, and he hasn't taken that chance to explore, despite having had a good night with her. So, I think it's a boo boo on the. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate, Peanut.
Yep,
Um,
you know.
I think it's a boo boo on the making the weight be the deciding factor on whether you want to
Mm-hmm.
have a relationship with someone. And I get the concept of someone being shallow, but I also get the concept of someone having a type. And a lot of people who aren't in relationships tend to be very picky about who they get into relationships with because,
Right.
they don't want to waste time. Um,
And
yeah,
the dishonesty of the pictures too, that's a big one.
yeah,
Because like I don't mind, you know, if you say that you're fitness and that you put on some pounds. Don't mind at all. But
I mean, he could
You
have just
can't lie
lied.
about that. Yeah,
Like,
it just
yeah, like he's like, I told her that she was nice, but I was looking for someone more into fitness. So just because she's heavier and more overweight doesn't mean. I mean, she may not have even stopped going to the gym. It could be a medical condition that's causing the weight gain.
right.
Um,
Explore that a little bit more.
yeah, I mean, it's at the first date. It's obviously none of his business, but to admit he's formed a conclusion, based on his the criteria for someone he wants to be with or wants to date or form a relationship with, and he's, it's the part for me is getting your head round. You know, we went on a date, we had a good time, but this, because she doesn't go to the gym anymore, or because I can't clearly see that she doesn't go to the gym anymore, that just kind of hits me the wrong way as well. It just feels a little bit
Right.
weird because obviously, as I said, there's got to be, in every relationship, regardless of what anyone will tell you, there has to be physical attraction. It may not be a
Yeah,
massive part of it, but there's always got to be an attraction. Because otherwise, what's the want for exploring and learning more about someone? It's that physical
exactly.
attraction that begins that engagement typically, and that's what these dating apps are for. Because you can read a profile, long walks on the beach and reading books by James Patterson or whoever else. But it's the face, it's the image that you see first. Because if it was the personality, there wouldn't be an image there. So there's got to be a layer of physical attraction. So Huntress says he's formed a conclusion for something he hasn't asked about. You could ask, "Oh, do you still go to the gym?" Slip in the question rather than straight up asking. Well, that's exactly
Yeah,
right. Like, hey,
like you can straight up say like, "Hey, look, like just mid conversation, like, hey, I was thinking about going to the gym in the next few days. Do you want to come with me?"
yeah, because she said I want to see you again. Why doesn't he say, "Well, yeah, why don't you come to the gym with me?"
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah,
it's
him having no tact. Granted, again, it's kind of shitty that she used old photos and didn't update them because
yeah.
that is a little bit of lying.
Mhm.
But he had no tact, and that's not like Sonic said. That's not. It's not right.
No, I think I think everybody sucks, but I would probably put it more on him for the way he
Hmm.
reacted. I would honestly say, yes, you shouldn't really use older pictures. Have them there alongside newer pictures, by all means. But if you have changed significantly, in some way, shape, or form, then that should be transparent on a dating website, particularly, as I say, Tinder, because you're literally, as far as I'm aware, I've never been on it, but my understanding of it is you're faced with a picture of the person and a brief summary, and I guess you
Yeah.
can explore further if you want to, but then you do, like, you swipe, if you like the way the person looks. So the focus on that application is the physical attraction or the sexual attraction, depending on what you're looking for.
You're
So
right.
you should have more up to date images there and available. But as I say, I think she has responsibility in that she didn't do that. But in the same token, I think she's dodged a bullet with this person because he
Oh,
seems
for sure.
like his reaction seems disproportionate.
He
Um,
de- he definitely feels like a toxic gym bro.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with some people are uh, some people are good for the gym. Some people do that things and they keep up to date with the fitness. Some people don't. There are larger people out there. There are stronger people, weaker people, smaller people. That it's just how it is. It's the world. It's
Right.
diversity. Um, but to then make that a point. I mean, he didn't even have to say that to her. He could have, as you said, he could have said, "Oh, we can go to the gym," or actually, I wasn't really. you're really nice,
Feeling it.
but I wasn't really feeling it on a relationship level. Because
Yeah.
that's ultimately what it is, because he wants a relationship with someone who goes to the gym, so he wasn't feeling that day on a relationship level. So why didn't he just say that? Because that's not an asshole thing to say. That is an understanding thing to say.
He definitely didn't let her down gently, so to speak.
Yeah, he was rude about it, I think.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Would you like to go with a today I fucked up, and then I will go with one?
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and open the one that I found.
No worries.
Uh, so mine's short, but it's funny.
Okay.
Today I fucked up by telling my boss I loved him.
Oh no.
I'm a guy in my mid-20s, for reference. My girlfriend frequently calls me instead of texting me, whether it be most mundane shit ever or complete emergency. She probably calls me 5, 6 times a day, and luckily, I'm at a job where it doesn't matter if I'm on the phone. I can still do my work, and my boss doesn't mind. Every time I hang up, I end it with, I love you. Not just a quick I love you, but the full I love you. We've been doing this for years, so it's second nature.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, my boss was working from home today, and when he does that, he also calls me frequently to go over X and Y. This last time he called, I had just gotten off the phone with my girlfriend, so it must have been instinct, but right before I hung up, I go, got it, thanks, I love you, and then hung up. I immediately know I'm I knew immediately what I had done, and I quickly texted him, I don't actually love you. Sorry about that.
Oh no.
And I think that might have made it worse because he has not replied since, and it's been an hour.
Oh
Going
no.
to be great when he walks in tomorrow morning. I want like a follow up.
Oh, I
Oh,
need an update.
buddy.
What the fuck? Oh, that's so.
Oh,
Oh, I feel
oh,
bad
wait.
about mine because mine's just kind of gross.
Oh, he posted it yesterday, so I don't know.
Oh, we need to
Oh,
follow
update,
that. Oh,
update. Went over fine, and he just joked that he's a taken man and appreciated the gesture. I also have. Oh, that's great. Oh,
oh,
buddy. Yeah, one of the comments was, "This is the adult's version of calling your teacher mom or dad."
oh no,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh dear, yeah. I've done that. I hate. Oh
Oh, the
no.
shame.
Oh yeah. I often think back to the things I did as a child and cringe in myself.
Oh, it's
I
great.
hate
I love it.
myself. Oh yeah. Today I fucked up by having sex on a beanbag chair.
Oh,
Oh no,
oh.
whatever you think went wrong here, times it by 1,000, because this is fucking gross. Okay, I'll begin by saying that my fiance is very well endowed. Neither of us has measured it, but judging by the width, he's a solid 7.5 to 8 inches. Damn, this guy's packing. It's great,
Ooh.
but it also means that certain positions require more gentleness than others. We recently purchased a 2-person beanbag chair. Highly recommended. And I wanted to try a new position, but due to the instability of the beanbag chair, he went into me too hard too fast and we had to stop. We've had our fair share of these instances, but this wasn't a normal put a heat pack on it and chill out injury. The pain on this one kept spreading. It started in my uterus and radiated up to my abdomen. At first, I thought it was gas. Then, around the 3 hour mark, I couldn't stand up without feeling like I was going to faint. I could barely move and I couldn't pee.
Oh, buddy.
I checked my IUD strings and they all seemed okay. But a displaced IUD was my best bet for what was actually going on. Unfortunately, I live in a small town with a very shitty hospital, and it took 12 hours to get a CAT scan and the results back. In this time, I was in agony. The pain was still there, and it was getting harder to breathe. Every time I tried to recline or lie down, an 11 out of 10 pain shot up from my ribs to my neck. The only pain med I'd gotten at this point was intermittent doses of Toradol, which did absolutely nothing for my pain. Turns out my IUD was fine, but my fiance's dick had ruptured an ovarian cyst and blood had been pooling into my
Oh.
abdomen. There was so much blood that it was preventing my lungs from expanding all the way. I got rushed to another hospital and had to have emergency surgery. They cauterized the ruptured cyst and pumped 2.5 pints of blood out of my abdomen. I'm at
Oh
home
my
now and I'm
gosh.
healing, and I'm well enough to make jokes about my fiance's lethal penis.
Oh, I was just about to say, I've heard a story like this where an ovarian cyst got ruptured. Oh no!
Yeah, that's terrible, isn't it? I mean, first of all, like, bro, like, if she'd have died, like,
Good on you
how
for
would you
bagging a
feel?
baddie, but like,
Yeah, I mean,
oh,
like, it says, but at the top comment, the top comment is, bro's dick's so big, it's eliminating other non-essential internal obstacles to make room for itself. Holy shit! I mean, I feel terrible for her because I mean, I've had a friend who's had ovarian cysts, and they were, yeah, they were in so much pain. From what I hear, it's awful. It's really bad. But then, what the fuck? Like 2.5 liters of blood pumped out of the abdomen as well.
oh man. So,
That's fucking insane. I mean, what do you? What?
oh,
How do you even? I bet they didn't have sex for a long time.
oh gosh, no, heck no.
No, she'd be terrified. That's like that's a lifetime impression. That's awful.
Would
Oh,
you
that
like
poor lady.
would you like a personal today? I fucked up, but it's not me.
Only if you're comfortable, and the
Oh, I'm
person.
fine with it. It's
it's
funny. I tell this
regarding-
story all the time.
Okay, I'll allow it. Let's go.
My mom doesn't even know this story, so I'm gonna laugh if she's still around. So when I was living on my own in an apartment, I had a buddy who, him and his girlfriend were the kind of punks that are like fully tatted up, have body mods, piercings, whatever, right?
Okay.
And I get a call from him one night, like, "Hey, I need you to take me to the hospital." So I drive over there, and he comes out carrying his girlfriend, like she jumped up in his arms, legs wrapped around
Yeah.
his waist and stuff. And they get in the back seat, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And he goes, "I'm stuck."
What? How?
They had piercings down there.
Oh, they got locked up.
They got locked up and had to go to the hospital and have the piercings sawed off.
What?
Yeah,
What? No.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I mean, I'm all
I
for
drove
people
them to
doing
the
what they like,
hospital.
but Jesus.
Yeah, he had what's known as a Jacob's ladder,
Oh,
and they got
no.
locked up, and because she had a hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an interesting drive to the hospital.
I mean, right, okay, so I'm all for people doing whatever they want to their bodies. It's their bodies, they have full agency,
Right.
do what you like. But I can never get my head around genital piercings.
Oh gosh, no.
I
No.
just don't understand why you'd want to. Like, you'd want to maim, like, some of the most sensitive parts of your body.
Right.
Ooh.
Like why? Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I love telling this story. It's always a funny, but like, oh man.
I wonder if they got it redone
Mm.
afterwards, the piercings.
Well, the piercings themselves were still there. They just had to saw the jewelry.
Ah, right.
So, yeah.
I bet they didn't bother after that, though. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, I would imagine they remember to take them out beforehand.
Yeah, because that's... I mean, it's like the people who have the... What's it called? Is it Prince Albert piercing? Where it's like a ring, like right in like the pee-pee hole. Oh, I just...
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
I
just thinking about it.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking awful.
Oh,
But anyway, on that note...
on that note,
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything.
No problem. So on that note, good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. We're gonna wrap up for tonight. Thank you very much for joining me, but I had an absolute blast. I'd love to have you back again.
Oh, I would love to be back.
Perfect. I hope everyone enjoyed listening, watching. If you didn't catch it all off, you missed anything, or you want to go back to it, this is going to be up on YouTube and Spotify, as well as Acast if you use that, and usually wherever else you get your podcasts, it'll be up there as well. But for now, it's a bit of a tradition around here that I let my guests choose the raid target. So, Burr, who will we be raiding tonight?
So I'm gonna be a little biased and
That's okay.
say we raid my wife because they are doing the 1 year anniversary stream for the Kingdom Hearts TTRPG.
Ah, lovely. I'm gonna tune into that. Probably, maybe on my phone. Because I am fucking hungry.
Oh,
So,
dude, I get you.
dude, it's like midnight. I am starving. Um, so read messages in chat, guys. Be sure to get it copied. And for now, let me set this right away. I just need to make sure I spell it correctly. There we go. I
Yeah.
hope you'll come along. I hope you'll drop some love, plenty of follows, everything, all that good stuff. Drop that over to Burr's partner, Burr's wife. But thank you very much again, Burr, for being on. I had an absolute blast. I loved it. I hope you guys all enjoyed it as well. And tune in next week. The guest is still to be announced. But I hope you'll all tune in next week for another episode of Chattybee. And in the meantime, have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful week. I love you all very much. See you later, everyone.